Morning.
5, 4.
Good morning and welcome to the Cloud FM County Ground as we get ready for match 4 of this year's LV Insurance County Championship. We welcome, of course, Northamptonshire here once again. We've got the coin toss set. Tom Wesley, Ricardo is set for it. Tom? Heads is the call. It's tails. So, Tom, what are you going to do?
We're bowling.
You're bowling, okay. Memories of what happened in September, come back? I know you weren't playing in that one, but it was a big win.
Yeah, obviously we know what happened in the past, but as we spoke about in the team meeting this morning, there's no easy game in Division 1. Northampton started the season well. We've been a bit indifferent for our high standards, so we don't take any opposition lightly. We just got to do the best we possibly can.
And team news for Essex today?
The changes are Paul Walters coming in at 4 and Feroz Kushi coming in at 6.
Right, well, go well. Go and get yourself set.
Thank you.
Ricardo, I know you don't have particularly good memories of coming back here to the Cloud FM County Ground, but things changing now for Northampton?
Yeah, obviously last time was a tough game for us, but yeah, it's a new year, new team, and I think we're a bit high on confidence this year, and I think we're going to give it a good go.
And team news from you from the last game against Yorkshire?
Yeah, we got one change. Tom Taylor comes in for Simon Kerrigan.
Okay, well, go and get yourself set. Good to see you back here again.
Thank you.
So Essex have won the toss. They're going to bowl. Memories of what happened in September will be very vivid, certainly in the fans in the stands. And you remember, well, that game didn't last than half an hour into day 2. Let's hope for a little bit more cricket this time round. Essex getting set to bowl. So as we get set for the first bowl of this Essex Northamptonshire game, chance to catch up with Essex head coach Anthony McGrath. Mags, good to see you back. 1-1, lost 1, drawn 1. First 3 games are done. What's your assessment?
Exactly that, a bit of a mixed bag really. I thought we got as many points as we could out of the Kent game. Excellent win at Somerset on a testing wicket, shall we say. And we had a disappointing hour after lunch on the first day, which ultimately cost us the game really, because apart from that we scrapped well. But it just shows you in this division you can't be complacent, and if you have a bad session, bad hour, it can cost you. So we're hoping to put that right this week. We're normally very good at home, but we've got to start the game well and get on the front foot early.
It was that first innings at Edgbaston that did for us, wasn't it? Have you felt a response from the group, trying to get that feel good back into their play?
Yeah, I mean the last 3 days at Edgbaston showed that. When we bowled, we had them 70 odd for 2, 120 for 5, so the fight back were on, and then even though we didn't bat as well as we could second innings, there was certainly improvement there. So look, every team's can have bad sessions, every individual's human. We've been ultra consistent in red ball the last few years, so we're hoping to get back to playing really well and doing the basics, what we've done really well over the last few years, working out our game plan and delivering that to a T.
You've got 2 changes from the middle order. Dan, of course, with that hamstring injury. Adam, we know, can't play against his parent team. But you've got 2 homegrown talents coming in who are in good form, as we saw at Beckenham this week.
Yeah, I mean, we said at the start of the year we need a squad. We need a squad full of quality, and bringing Adam and Matt Critchley in, they've delivered already. But beneath that, we've got lads ready to come in, and that's what we want. Competition for places. It's a long season. We set the guys in the second team a task of scoring runs and taking wickets, and that's exactly what Paul and Cushy have done, along with a couple of other lads. So it was a tough selection, but they've earned their chance, and we know the quality they've got, so we're hoping they'll come in and hit the ground running this week.
Those are 2 batters. The bowling pod, for want of a better word, seems to be in prime form. And of course, Sam Cook in this game last September, I think, had a 10-for, didn't he? So they will come into this game in good confidence.
Yeah, the bowlers have been excellent this year. Obviously, last game was tough because they didn't have much to bowl at. But again, we've got strength in depth. Jamie Porter not playing, it's tough on him because he's been excellent. So again, it shows the squad and depth we've got, but we feel as though the first 3 games the bowling pack have been really good, and it'd be tough to change them. So hopefully we'll see them in action straight away and put Northants under pressure.
And then, let's face it, the last 2 times that Northants have been here in the county championship, you won by an innings and some. Hopefully it goes a bit longer than the last one did, which ended up, I think, on the morning of day 2. So confidence psychologically has got to be strong.
Yeah, but don't really look too much to that. It's a different year. Yes, you'll take confidence from it, but Northants have started really well. They've fought really hard in the first 2 games, and they'll be wanting to prove a point as well after the last 2 fixtures. So the last 2 results count for nothing. It's how we start today and play the next 4 days.
Well, thanks for your time, Mags. Going and thaw out. It is April. It is cold, believe me. Thankfully, it's going to stay dry, so we should get, at least 2 days in, if not longer. Go and get warmed up. That's Anthony McGrath giving us his thoughts ahead of this game. Let's now take a look at the team lineups for this game. For Essex, at Edgbaston, Shane Snater, Mark Steckerty and then Sam Cook complete the Essex 11. For Northamptonshire, Ricardo Vasconcelos, the captain, will open with Will Young, their new import. Emilio Gay, Saif Zaib, Rob Keogh will bat at 5. Then you've got Luke Proctor, Lewis McManus, former Hampshire wicketkeeper, now keeping wicket for Northants. He's next man in. Then we've got Tom Taylor, Matt Kelly, Gareth Berg and Ben Sanderson completing the visiting 11 for this 4-day game, and let's hope it does last 4 days. Here we go. Teams are just about getting ready. Nigel Long, Tom Lumley, the umpires today, getting set to get things started.
Overcast Chelmsford County Ground this morning for Critchley. Feroz Kouchi is in after a century for the second 11s this week, and in place of the injured Dan Lawrence. Adam Wheater, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Mark Steckety and Sam Cook. The other change for Essex, Paul Walter, because of the unavailability of Adam Rossington, who's on loan from Northamptonshire. As for Northamptonshire, Ricardo Vasconcelos is their captain. Will Young, Emilio Gay, Saif Zabe, Rob Keogh, Luke Proctor, Lewis McManus, Tom Taylor, Matthew Kelly, Gareth Berg and Ben Sanderson. The umpires, Nigel Long and Tom Lungley. The bell has already been rung and we're just awaiting the arrival of the fielders who are gathering on the perimeter of the pitch and the Northamptonshire batsmen. Very good morning to Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton.
Morning Glenn, morning everybody. Yeah, great to be here, and I think the first thing to say is I just hope this game lasts a bit longer than the corresponding fixture last season when we were home and hosed by midday on the second day. The shortest championship match scheduled for 4 days in the history of county cricket. So yeah, we could do with this one going on a little bit longer. Just the one change as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. You mentioned the side there, and Tom Taylor comes in for Simon Kerrigan. Not a huge surprise, given that the pitch looks tinged with green, probably a little bit of grass on it, so the extra seamer probably makes sense. Also, Simon Kerrigan, by his own very high standards, didn't have a great game against Yorkshire. Rare you see him collared, but he was collared, particularly by Harry Brook on the second or the third afternoon, Yorkshire's second innings. So just the one change, and congratulations we must say to Rob Keogh, who is making his 100th first class appearance for Northamptonshire in this match. By my reckoning, the 92nd player to achieve that distinction. And a distinction, I suppose, with the reduction in the number of first-class matches is becoming more and more difficult to achieve. But little presentation before the start, and has been a great servant to Northamptonshire, and congratulations to Rob.
Indeed. I have to make an apology to you as well, the first apology of the 4 days you're going to be with us. I apologise for the cup of coffee, because that is evil, and I do apologise for that, and we'll make up for it a little bit later on in the day, hopefully. But rushing around.
That's okay, I've had worse. I've had worse, that's fine.
Obviously the coffee up in Northampton is
I didn't say it was at the county ground, but no, but that's okay, we can live with that.
Ricardo Vasconcelos is going to take the first ball of the morning, and from the Hayes close end, Sam Cook is going to open up for Essex. A little bit of a chastening experience for Essex up at Edgbaston, and winning the toss on the opening day there, and then being shuffled out for just 168, conceding that big first innings lead, and then losing wickets at regular intervals. And they did manage to set in the end Warwickshire a 3-figure target, and you thought that might have been tricky in a fourth innings, but they got there with 10 wickets to spare. So here we are then, first ball of the morning. Sam Cook coming in towards us from the Hayes close end. He's in and bowling to Vasconcelos, who lets that one go through, and it's through to the Essex wicketkeeper Adam Wheater. And first ball of the morning, no problems at all for bowler, wicketkeeper or indeed batsman. There's a bit of green to the wicket. It looks like it's the one that was used for the Worcestershire game here last season. But it hasn't exactly been a bowler's paradise up and down the country so far this season, despite the early start to the campaign. Once again, the opening game here against Kent, between Essex and Kent, over 1,000 runs. Here is another one outside the off stump, and Vasconcelos having a drive at that one, and Wheater takes low down at around about shin height. There's no run.
Yeah, Vasconcelos hasn't really got going this year. He's obviously a key man in terms of Northampton's batting lineup. New Red Bull captain, of course, given that responsibility this year. Made 4 and 26 against Gloucestershire, 15 and 29 against Yorkshire. So he's made starts. So far, at least, he hasn't really gone on and got the beginnings, in contrast to Will Young, who on debut, 33 and 96.
Cook is in to Vasconcelos. It gets bat on it this time and angles it to third slip and is caught and is out. That's a great start for Essex. Well, he played and missed at one there, Vasconcelos, and he's angled the ball into third slip and has been very, very neatly taken as well by Matt Critchley, and Northamptonshire are 0 for 1.
Yeah, well, as I said, Ricardo Vasconcelos hasn't really got going this year, and he certainly hasn't got going there. Just the start that Essex would have been hoping for, and just the start that Northamptonshire would have been hoping to avoid, with memories of last year's batting debacle. Ricardo Vasconcelos, I have to say, he has probably the slowest walk-off on the county circuit. This is quite brisk by his standards.
Gets bat on it, this one angles it to third slip and is caught and is out. That's a great start for Essex.
Looks as though, presumably,
well, he played and missed at one there, Vasconcelos, and he's angled the ball into third slip and has been very, very neatly taken as well by Matt Critchley, and Northamptonshire are 0 for 1.
Adhesive qualities. Well, I said, Ricardo Vasconcelos hasn't really got going this year, and he certainly hasn't got going there. 96 not out to help save the match. And you think that if Essex could get him early, then they really could be in business. But yeah, big wicket.
Bit of big news just coming in from the England and Wales Cricket Board as well in the last few moments. Ben Stokes has been confirmed as the England Test captain. Was there really any other choice for England to make other than Ben Stokes? It wasn't exactly a thin outside edge from Vasconcelos either. It almost sort of slipped off the outer part of the face of the bat, and he angled it away, and Critchley took a very good catch low down, and Sam Cook strikes with his third ball of the day, and it obviously has caught Northamptonshire out a little bit, because the incoming batsman, who is Emilio Gay, is only just joining Will Young out in the middle.
Yes, Emilio Gay still learning, of course, in terms of first-class cricket, and I think his 65 in the first innings against Yorkshire, when it was obviously a quality attack in quite tough conditions, I think showed that he is growing up in cricketing terms, in batting terms. I thought it showed quite an advance, and I know John Sadler, the head coach, felt much the same. But he was out then for naught in the second innings to a brute of a ball from Harris Ralph. So he'll be hoping to do a bit better this time.
Just about to update BBC Essex listeners as well into the 11 o'clock news with the news of the toss, news of the team, and news of a wicket as well. So we'll do that in the next few moments. Emilio Gay has eventually got to the middle and is taking his guard right now and scoring his mark at this river end. Yes, and they already have a wicket on the board as well, Victoria. Just the third ball of the morning, Sam Cook has struck to remove the Northamptonshire captain, Ricardo Vasconcelos, without any scores so far. This next one to the new batsman, Emilio Gay, is allowed to pass through to Adam Wheater. So Northamptonshire are 0 for 1 with just 4 balls gone in this game. 2 changes to the Essex 11 today. Adam Rossington, who's on loan from Northamptonshire, is unavailable, and an injury to Dan Lawrence. So into the Essex side come Paul Walter and Feroz Koushi. So it's Nick Brown, Sir Alistair Cook, Tom Wesley, Paul Walter, Matt Critchley, Feroz Koushi, who made a century for the seconds this week, Adam Wheater, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Mark Steckety and Sam Cook. And we just watched Sam Cook come in and bowl this 5th ball, and that one's pushed out to the offside with no addition to the score. So a good start here for Essex. Northamptonshire are 0 for 1. So one more ball to go in this over, and that would have settled Emilio Gay down as well. It was solidly forward and solidly off the middle of the bat. Cook, who normally opens from this river end as well.
Yes, I seem to remember last year I think he did a lot of the damage on that occasion from this river end, and he certainly did a bit of damage.
Well, he's finishing up the first over in the morning now. He's into Gay. That's down the leg side. Now there's a shout there for LBW, but it's flicked away, and it has gone down to the long leg boundary for 4 runs, and there was no wood on it either. So it is 4 leg byes, and Northamptonshire are 4 for 1.
Yeah, applause, and rightly so, for Sam Cook picking up a wicket in his first over. I was just watching the replay of the Ricardo Vasconcelos dismissal, and I think the first thing you have to say is, well, did he need to play at it with bowler going round the wicket? He was a little bit away from his body, but because of the angle, he probably felt he did have to play it, and as you say, it went off a thick edge, low to third slip. Good catch by Matt Critchley, and it sends the Northamptonshire captain on his way. Applause for Sam Cook as he walks down to his fielding position, and we are going to see Shane Snater, who's going to be opening from this river end for Essex. This ground at Chelmsford, not a happy hunting ground for Northamptonshire, you'd have to say. They haven't won a championship match here since 1998, the last match of the 1998 season, when the Northamptonshire attack led by Devon Malcolm, Paul Taylor and Graham Swan
Have there been has there been a lot of championship matches between?
No,
between them?
no. I mean, they've played. I think they've played something like. They've played 7, I think, championship matches here since then between the two sides. Northamptonshire haven't beaten Essex anywhere in the championship since 2013. Here's Snater running into bowl outside the off stump to Will Young, wide outside the off stump, and Adam Wheater having to go across in front of first slip. The ball just dying on him a little bit, and Will Young able to leave it alone, which he did to good effect for 6 hours against Yorkshire last time out. Yeah, Northamptonshire's last championship win over Essex anywhere was at Northampton in 2013. They've played 6 times since then in the championship, of which Essex have won 2, and there have been 4 draws. Here's Snater with his bounding run from the river end, bowls to Young. He's playing that down into the gully, and there's no run. Overcast conditions here, the cloud fairly high. Pitch looks to be pretty well grassed. I think it was a surprise of absolutely no one when Essex, Tom Westley deciding to bowl first after winning the toss.
A bit of news today, mentioning Ben Stokes being appointed the Test captain for England. Stuart Broad is playing his first game of the season for Nottinghamshire today as well.
Here's Snater in again, bowls to Young, who turns it away down to long leg for his first run. Fielded down there by Sam Cook, and they come through for the single. And Northamptonshire going up to 5 for 1, and first run off the bat in this match. Yes, obviously we'll keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere around the country. It was good to see, Glenn, in the last round of matches that all 5 Division 1 matches going into the 4th day. Yeah. And for the second round running, Northamptonshire missed the second round, but they played in the first and third, and Northamptonshire's matches seem to have a habit of this season of going to the last over. 2 matches running that they've done so. Round the wicket comes Snater, bowling to the left-handed Gaves. Turned around, squared up by that one. It goes down off a thick outside edge, and it's running away down to wideish third man for 4. In front of the pavilion down there. And that's Emilio Gay off the mark with a boundary. Northamptonshire up to 9 for 1, although not at all where he intended.
No, not at all. He was aiming sort of mid-wicket, and as you say, it's gone to a wide third man, but he's obviously got quite heavy back as that's flown away on the ground and gone away for 4 runs. So just to tell you about the other Division 1 games, then Gloucestershire side, Gloucester winning
turned
the toss
around,
and
squared up by that one. It goes
Hampshire,
down off a thick outside edge. It's running away down to wideish third man.
Somerset against Warwickshire. Warwickshire have chosen to bowl down there at Taunton, Kelso-Prees, and Yorkshire against Kent. Yorkshire choosing to bowl at Headingley.
3 slips on the gully as Snater comes round the wicket outside the off stump to Emilio Gay, lets it go through into the gloves of Adam Wheater. Yes, Northamptonshire's 2 draws, I have to say, Glenn, I was mentioning to Victoria on the Radio Essex cricket show last night. There's very contrasting in that the first match ended in a draw where either side could have won. Northamptonshire had a very good chance of winning going into the last few overs, just lost wickets at the wrong time. But the match against Yorkshire, they had absolutely no chance of winning as Snater comes in again, bowls to Gay. He's just playing that, he's pushing forward, and again it just shapes enough to get the inside portion of the bat, and it runs down safely enough to long leg for a single. So Gay pinches the bowling, he goes up to 5, and Northamptonshire 10 for 1 at the end of the second over of the innings. 6 off the over from Shane Snater. Yes, against Yorkshire, obviously they dominated the match, and the discussion is still, I suspect, in the Broadacres as to whether they should have pulled out a little bit earlier. They chose to bat on after tea on the 3rd day, and left Northamptonshire an hour and a half plus the last day, so the best part of 4 sessions to survive or make 499, which wasn't going to happen. And in the end they did save it 7 down.
Cook in from the Hayes close end, and a big strike and a big shout for LBW there as it traps Emilio Gay on the crease, but it looks like it was angling down the leg side from where we're sitting. We're sitting at a slight angle. We're probably sitting at a sort of a...
which wasn't going to happen. And in the end, they did save it 7 down.
Maybe a leg slip sort of position. And a big strike and a big shout for LBW there as it traps Emilio Gay on the crease, but it looks like it was angling down the leg side from where we're sitting. We're sitting at a slight angle. We're probably sitting this morning, 10 for 1. And he has the wicket on the board as well, and he's in once again. Gay with 3 slips, angles that one away into the onside. A diving stop there, forward point. getting nice and low down there. Paul Walter, and it's quite a distance down for Paul Walter as well. 6'7", 6'8" he stands at, but he makes the stop and there's no addition to the score.
Yes, I think at the end Otis Gibson said, well, if we couldn't bowl Northamptonshire out in 120 overs, then probably we didn't deserve to. But it does make you wonder if they had pulled out at tea, given themselves an extra few overs.
Here's Cook again. Into Gay, and Gay this time pushes defensively out to the offside, and there's no run. That's Feroz Kouchi out there tidying up. First touch of the ball in the morning for him into the Essex side today. Scored a century for the seconds this week. Josh Rymel scored a double century as well, but it's Kouchi who's got the nod to fill the space left by the injured Dan Lawrence.
I assume he got pulled out of that game then, Glenn.
Yeah, they've got one more day to go.
Yeah, that's right, yes. Northamptonshire playing Leicestershire seconds at Kibworth going into the last day today.
Give you the contact details if you wanted to have a chat with us in a few moments. Here's Cook once again and flailing at that one Gay, going for the big expansive drive and gets nothing on it, and it's through to Wheater, 10 for 1. And so it's bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to drop us an email, and you can tweet as well at BBC Essex Sport. Sirens again around the city centre at Chelmsford. We're right in the city centre here if you're not sure where the ground is. As Cook turns in the distance, in once again, bowling to Gay. Gay just plays very defensively and solidly, and there's no run.
Yes, he's, I was going to say, has experience of opening the batting, but to all intents and purposes, that's what he's doing here. He came into the side, he played, he batted at 3 the first couple of games of last season because David Ripley wanted to go with Vasconcelos and Ben Curran, but when Ben Curran just couldn't buy a run, they put Gay up to open, made 100 at Canterbury, and the rest, as they say.
Cook in, and that's kept low, and Wheater tumbling. I think it actually strikes his shoulder as he's diving, and it goes through, and there's no run. End of the over, another decent enough one from Sam Cook, 10 for 1 with 3 overs gone. In the morning, James Anderson is bowling for Lancashire this morning as well, and Stuart Broad is bowling for Nottinghamshire. 'Twas ever thus.
Good to hear. Good crowd as well, Ian, you have to say. It's the crowd, it's the Tom Pearce stand, isn't it? Over to our right and down in front of us. A decent smattering of spectators, and of course in the front of the pavilion, as you would expect. Attendance at Northampton, certainly the first couple of days, was pretty good, so plenty of interest.
Seen some pictures from Lords as well. They've got 2,000 school children in. It's Schools Day there today. So seen some pictures from there.
That's good stuff. Here's Snater starting a fresh over, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Young. He's playing that up to mid-wicket for the towering figure of Paul Walter to field and send in his left-handed return to Adam Wheater. Still, as you would expect, attacking field, 4 slips in place, 3 in a gully really, or almost like a 5th slip rather than a gully. And a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Snater sporting the headband, runs in from down below us at the river end, bowls to Young, hit on the pad, big appeal, not out, says umpire Nigel Long.
So he was almost joining in, Snater, wasn't he, after the effect there? The slips and the wicketkeeper went up.
I think maybe, possibly, I can see we're not completely behind it, maybe just got himself outside the line. Or maybe felt it did a little bit too much. We'll have a look on the replay.
Yeah, Snater sporting the headband to keep the hair out of his eyes. Someone should tell him the barbers are back open these days. Been open for quite a while now, Shane.
Yeah, having a look at that one. Yeah, maybe just sneaking down. Here's Snater in again. Bowls to Young, who's in behind that, pushed it up towards mid-off, where it's fielded there by the Essex captain Tom Westley. And there's no run. Yes, I suppose I was thinking about you can't help but think of Jack Brooks, of course, when you think of bowlers wearing headbands, but before that, sure toppers will have memories of him. The great D.K. Lilly had the headband as well, certainly when he came to Northamptonshire in 1988 for the season. Here's Snater in again, bowls to Young. Young pushing that out on the offside, where Cushy comes in from cover to field, and there's no run. One thing I have noticed with Will Young, and say this is only his 2nd game for Northamptonshire, but he's a great one for walking down, not meeting the his batting partner halfway, but actually walking 22 yards down to the other end to have a chat.
Save your legs.
Well, Richard Levy was a great natterer, of course, formerly of Northamptonshire. As Snater comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and Young doesn't need to play it and doesn't. Goes into the gloves of Adam Wheater. Yeah, Richard Levy was a great natterer when he was batting, and I asked various ones of his batting partners what he was talking about, and they said, I don't know. nothing much really, but
nervous energy.
Yeah, that's right. But Young, I think, is very generous with his advice, and he's certainly made a very positive impression in the very short space of time he's been with Northamptonshire. Here's Snater in again, bowling to him. It's down off a controlled edge into the gully, all along the ground, fielded cleanly, and that's the end of Snater's over. A maiden. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6, and with 4 overs gone, Northamptonshire 10 for 1, with the man out, Ricardo Vasconcelos, the captain, caught at third slip by Matt Critchley off the bowling of Sam Cook for naught. Third ball of the match.
Yeah, so bbcessexcricket@gmail.com or at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter if you want to contact us this morning. Sam Cook's going to resume again from the Hayes close end. Essex with this mixed start, draw against Kent, victory at Somerset in dramatic circumstances, and the least said about the game at Warwickshire the better, I think, as Cook comes in and Gay lets that one go through to oohs and ahs from the slip cordon, but he's a good judge of his off stump there. And, Essex made that big score against Kent, and then got through against Somerset in a very low scoring game, low scoring first innings, better in the second innings, largely down to Simon Harmer, but when they got partnerships going in that game, they couldn't really go on and make them big partnerships and set Warwickshire something truly testing. And it was a decent effort to set them just over 100 to get the victory, but they cantered home in the end. Here's Cook into Gay once again and just plays defensively from the crease, and there's no run.
Yes, one thing that I think Northamptonshire are coming to terms with, having obviously been out of First Division for, well, 2014 was Northamptonshire's last season, playing in Division 1 before this, is there's no hiding places, there are no easy matches. I mean, and this run with Essex at Chelmsford here, Surrey at the Oval next week, and Warwickshire at Edgbaston the week after. It's a tough run for Northamptonshire.
Here's Cook. 3 slips and a gully go down, and Gay thinks about playing at it, then takes the bat away. Good judgment from him once again. 10 for 1. Morning to Amy on Twitter, says looks like a cracking crowd for a chilly, overcast Thursday morning. Brilliant to see at Chelmsford once again. Yeah, they've come out in good numbers. As I say, I saw the pictures from Lords, good crowd in there as well. Don't believe the hype.
It was great to see. I think they let them in at 10 o'clock, and it was like suddenly, from having been here since 9 o'clock, and being about the only person in the ground apart from the players, suddenly a tide of spectators.
This next one from Cook has Gay propping forward. Oh, goes down for a single, is sent back, and has time to turn and go back. Walter did have a shy, but I think Gay probably would have been back in had it been a direct hit. So a slight breakdown in communications, but no harm done. But they will come down and have a quick chat with each other now. Apologising to each other probably. Sorry, no, it's fine, that's fine. My fault, no, your fault.
Yes, you don't want it to get to the stage where calling is a sort of basis for opening negotiations, really. Never a good idea.
Here's Cook. Gay pulling that one away behind square on the onside, and he picks up 4 runs. That was a bit of a sit up and hit me, and a nice pull away by Emilio Gay, and that'll feel better. And Northamptonshire move on to 14 for 1, and the inevitable fist bump in the middle of the wicket. I don't know about you, Andrew, but when I played club cricket, you didn't do that, but we weren't any good, so you probably never had a fist bump about.
I do.
But I just find that exhausting, continually going up and putting that one away behind square on the onside, and he picks up.
Sometimes it's just a reassurance, like a comfort blanket, isn't it? I think for some batsmen.
First poor ball of the morning, that from Sam Cook, rounding off his 3rd over now. He's into Gay, and Gay plays defensively out to the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, and Northamptonshire, having lost the toss and been invited to bat by Essex, are 14 for 1.
Yep, if you want to get in touch with me via Twitter, then I'm sure most Northamptonshire listeners will know it's at OldManRad, so feel free to let me know you're listening, and any views that you have you want to share, then feel free to do so. Looking at the overall record between the two sides, this is the 177th county championship match between these two teams. Northamptonshire have won 43, Essex have won 55, 77 draws, and one tie. And that was at Essex at Ilford in 1947 at Valentine's Park.
Good old Valentine's Park.
Yeah. Enjoyed watching cricket there. Here's Shane Snater starting his third over. 3 slips in a gully in place. Bowls to Young, hits him on the pad. I think got an inside edge on it, or I suspect there might have been at least a polite inquiry to umpire Nigel Long. As it was, there wasn't. Forecast, I think, is pretty good for today. Glenn, just looking at the local forecast this morning, I think it's fine anyway. I don't think it's going to be cracking the flags exactly, but it's sort of fairly cool, overcast morning. And I think that's pretty much the same, I think, for the next 4 days. As Snater turns and runs in from the river end, bowls to Young on his leg stump, and he turns that down for a single to long leg. Cook to field, Young goes to 2, and Northamptonshire to 15 for 1.
Yeah, it's a chilly old day, isn't it? But pleasant enough to be sat outside and watching some cricket. I don't think we're going to see too much of the sun today. Similar conditions tomorrow, but a bit more sunshine. Saturday, more or less like this. Sunday, there is a 60% chance of rain if we get that far.
Yes, I was going to say, I think if we get that far, that'll be something of an achievement in itself after last year. Snater switching to round the wicket again for the left-handed Gay, but still 3 slips in the gully in place. And Gay, this ball, using his height, was getting on top of the bounds, pushing it up towards mid-on, where it's fielded there by Mark Steckerty. And there's no run. Quite still morning, not much action as far as the flags are concerned. The Essex flag on the pavilion over to our right, fairly limp at the mast. We had 4 very blustery days at Northampton against Yorkshire. And then the previous match against Gloucestershire, we had a gale on the first day, which was quite entertaining. Here's Snater in again, bowls to Gay, pushing it down into the covers. Fielded there by the energetic Feroz Cushy, coming into the Essex side today. Showing good energy in the covers, and there's no run. I seem to remember, we're talking about School Kids Day down at Lord's, Glenn. I seem to remember when we were here last year, there was quite a big party of school kids in, I think, on the second morning, and Sir Alistair Cook went over and spent some time with them, which was just terrific to see. Made their day memorable. Here's Snater in again, bowls to Gay, who's solidly in behind that off the back foot, pushing it up into the covers once again. Cushy just wanting the ball to come to him. It's great to see.
Stuart Broad off the mark, has a wicket. Nottinghamshire playing Worcestershire this morning. Shaheen Shah Afridi's on a hat-trick for Middlesex against Leicestershire, so the 2,000 school children down there are getting a treat already.
It's all happening. Wicket for the third ball of the match here. Ricardo Vasconcelos caught low down by Critchley at third slip. Off the bowling of Sam Cook. Here's Snater in, bowling to Gay. Just playing, I think, just about give him credit for playing inside the line of that. It looked as though it was going to be drawn into a stroke, but I think he just pulled the bat inside the line. It went through to Adam Wheater, and that's the end of another over from Shane Snater. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7, 1 run off that one. Gay is 9, Young is 2, and Northamptonshire are 15 for 1, put into bat.
It's a good start for Essex, but Northamptonshire just sort of recovered from that early wobble, and a couple of decent enough shots and looking solid enough, but Snater, that last one, just sort of floated it up there a bit more, maybe held it back slightly. And the batsman guessing a little bit, but Essex looking for this first home win of the season. If you missed the cricket news, which broke right at the start of the game, incidentally, Ben Stokes has been named England's Test captain. Basically, he was the only option, really, given that no one else is assured of their place in the side other than Joe Root, and he's just backed it in. Here is Sam Cook then to resume from the Hayes close end. He's in and bowling to Young, who lets that one go outside off stump, and there's no run. A diving, sprawling Adam Wheater.
And given that Sir Alistair was adamant that he wouldn't be drawn back, he wouldn't do a Sinatra and come back for a comeback tour.
And Mike Brearley came back, didn't he?
He did, yes. Yeah. And I think I'm right in saying 28th today, isn't it? It's his 80th birthday today.
Happy birthday.
One of my great cricketing heroes, Mike Brearley, 80 today. Week that Barbara Streisand turned 80 as well.
Cook in once again. That's played defensively. They think about a single, and Young is sent back. So it's all the stars today are getting their birthdays. 15 for 1 is the score. Skies have just lightened a little bit here. People still making their way through the gates. I can see between the gap between the marquee and the pavilion, a few people just coming in. Late starters this morning. Maybe had a leisurely breakfast somewhere. Know the weather's set okay for today, so we can join the game anytime we want. Here's Cook once again, turning at the end of his run. Very swiftly into his delivery stride into Young, is driving. Slightly miscued in a part of the bat, and it's stopped at mid-on and there's no run. Reminder to you, Essex winning the toss and electing to bat. 2 changes to the Essex side, with Feroz Kouchi in for the injured Dan Lawrence and Paul Walter in for the unavailable Adam Rossington, who will not be facing his, well, in footballing terms you'd call it his parent club.
Parent club, yes. That's all that was. I think that was in the official press release. That's what came out as, wasn't it?
He's done okay on his first 3 games as well. Good addition to the Essex middle order as Cook is in and bowling to the very upright Young, and almost sort of letting that strike him. He played a defensive shot, but it nipped back and it strikes the top of his pad and runs away down to the third man boundary for 4 leg byes, 19 for 1.
It wasn't much of a shot, was it, really? But Tom Lungley obviously deciding it was enough of one to count for purposes of leg byes. Yes, I think we were saying earlier, I think the hole that Adam Rossington has left as a player, as a batter, I think, is the fact that it just takes away the opportunity for Northamptonshire's lower middle order to counter-attack, and that was something he did very effectively when he was in the Northamptonshire side.
This next one from Cook. Oh, as Young edging, and it bounces just in front of Alistair Cook at first slip. He's got the right wrist to it, and they'll come through for a single. Just playing from the crease there, a little bit of movement, took the edge, but didn't carry through to Alistair Cook, who's now rubbing his right wrist quite vigorously, and disappointed that he hasn't managed to sprawl forward and take the catch, but always difficult from there. 20 for 1 is the score.
Yeah, plays with pretty soft hands, I think, Will Young. He did that very effectively during that very long innings against Yorkshire last time out to help save the match for Northamptonshire. It's obviously stood him in good stead there. If he'd pushed at that one, it certainly would have carried to Sir Alistair at first slip.
Brings the left-handed Emilio Gay down on to strike. Cook round the wicket to him and driving, but not with too much timing. Gay there, and it's up to mid-off and there's no run. End of an eventful over, and Northamptonshire having been put in are 20 for 1. Okay.
Yes, to mention the changes in the Essex side there, Glenn, just the one change in Northamptonshire's side, which is Tom Taylor coming in for Simon Kerrigan. Taylor obviously gives Northamptonshire another seam bowling option, also strengthens the lower middle order a little bit. He's a very capable batsman in there. Simon Kerrigan, by his own standards, didn't have a great game against Yorkshire. Came in for some fairly rough treatment in the Yorkshire second innings. Didn't contribute. In fact, he was out first ball the only time he batted, going in as night watchman. So Taylor getting a chance to come in, and here's Snater starting his 4th over from the river end, bowling to Young, who on drives pleasantly up past the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Chased back towards the standby Mark Steckerty, who pulls it in at about, I suppose, 2/3 of the way to the boundary, but they're able to come through for a couple of easy runs. Will Young up to 5, and Northamptonshire up to 22 for 1. Will Young played county cricket last year, of course, for Durham. Signed by Northamptonshire this year, and talking to him after the long innings against Yorkshire, he said obviously it's very handy because New Zealand play test matches in England this summer, so as they did last year, so it's a very long sort of extended net for him really. Here's Snater in, hits him on the pad, but angling down the leg side, fairly high up a thigh pad I think, that rolls down into the gully. Half a thought of a strangled appeal, didn't go through with it. And I did mention during the Yorkshire match, as soon as Northamptonshire, the announcement came that they'd signed him, I got in touch with Bob Carter, something he did very effectively. Northamptonshire's head coach for a number of years. And now
this next one from Cook. Oh, as Young edging, and it bounces
for a while now,
just in front of Alistair Cook.
Thoughts about Will Young, who's facing this ball from Snater, and Young turning it away down towards fine leg. Cook comes round, keeps it to a single. One more to Young, he goes to 6, and Northamptonshire to 23 for 1. And Bob Carter's summing up was he likes batting. And as an opening batsman coming into a relatively young top order, then that's very, very helpful. And he was so disappointed when I think less so that he missed out on 100 against Yorkshire, but that he was out obviously when there was still some work to do. Here's Young on strike. Snater round the wicket to him, and Young in behind that, Gay in behind that, playing it up to Steckety at mid-on, and there's no run.
Just to tell you, the hat-trick was avoided by Leicestershire at Middlesex, incidentally. But
Yes,
Leicestershire are inevitably struggling.
Yes, he's made a big impact, hasn't he, Shaheen Afridi, since he went down to Middlesex. I see Colin de Grandhomme, talking of New Zealand players, has signed to play 3 games for Surrey, so Northamptonshire will see him next week down at the Oval.
I'm sure Surrey needed some strengthening to that paper-thin squad that they've got.
Here's Snater around the wicket again, bowls to Emilio Gay, who's able to just let that go through. Sort of line of 5th stump. Goes through to Adam Wheater. Yeah, Gay goes down, does a little bit of gardening, and inevitably Will Young comes down to meet him and exchange a few words of wisdom. A bit ambitious, very hard-working young cricketer, Emilio Gay. A product of Bedford School, which is a bit of a conveyor belt at the moment. Some very good cricketers coming out of Bedford. And here's Snater in bowling to him. And he just plays that, runs it down into the gully, where it's fielded by Nick Brown, and there's no run. End of another over. 4 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 9 for Snater. Gay is 9, Young is 5, and Northamptonshire 23 for 1. We've had 8 overs.
Yeah, so the dismissal of Vasconcelos for the 3rd ball of the day, and an edge by Will Young, which bounced in front of Alistair Cook at first slip. The major moment of drama here in the opening 32 minutes or so. Bring Don Topley in after this over. Sam Cook is going to continue from the Hayes close end. James Anderson has a wicket as well, so he and Broad trying to keep up with each other. Still think they can play for England, still want to play for England, still love the game, still want to play.
Well, it'd be interesting. The mood music coming up yesterday was that they felt that if Ben Stokes was appointed captain, as indeed he has been this morning, then he would be keen to get them both back in. See if that happens.
3 slips and a gully for Sam Cook as he pounds in from the Hayes close end. He's in and bowling, and Young just playing defensively on the walk a little bit. Back up to the bowler. There's no run. 23 for 1. There's a bit of sunshine, just beginning to lighten things slightly here at Chelmsford, but still the grey skies, but the light of the sun just trying to peek through here and there. There's no sign of any blue sky whatsoever.
It's very nice to be commentating from up here. The first match I think I commentated on this ground was, we were in a caravan.
That's right.
And I think I was doing it with Mark Pugach, if I remember rightly, sometime in the late 80s, early 90s.
This next one from Cook has Young leaving it alone. No shouldering arms, and Wheater's dropped that one, but Cook goes and fetches it, Alistair Cook that is, and there's no run once again. 23 for 1. Would you have been side on? I think. Would you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. It wasn't a great view, to be honest. I think it was, if I remember rightly, I think it was a NatWest Trophy tie, and I think Essex got a big score, and Northamptonshire chased them down. I think Alan Lamb played one of his
great days,
memorable hundreds, and Northamptonshire just about got home.
Here's Cook in once more. And Young tries an expansive drive there, completely mistimes it, gets it all wrong, and it's off the under edge of the bat, and it bobbles out to Mark Steckety at mid-on. No timing whatsoever there from Young. It was out there, Cook had floated it up out there, and Young was trying to take him on, but just getting any timing whatsoever. He's got 5, Gay has 9, 23 for 1 is the score. Cook ambles off into the distance, turns. Wristband on his right wrist, in and bowling to Young. Oh, shout for LBW here as it nips back, and it's a concerted appeal as well. Hands on heads from 2 of the slip fielders, as there's a shake of the head from the umpire. 23 for 1.
I just wonder whether height might have been an issue there. or whether the umpire felt it just did a little bit too much. It looked a good shout. They certainly went up for that one. Will Young looking totally unperturbed.
Back to Mark next. Cook. And Young shuffling down there just to try to cover any kind of movement and plays defensively back to Bowler on his follow through. 23-4-1. Just walks off the sort of square leg area. Young flicks something away off the square.
Let's go have a little look at the replay of that one, which is just coming up on the stream. Let's have a look. Looked a decent shout.
Height?
Maybe height, maybe just did enough to make the umpire think it might have shaded down, but it looked a decent shout.
Cook is in once again, finishing off his 5th over of the morning. He has the only wicket so far. That's well outside off stump. And it loops through to Wheater harmlessly. That's the end of the over. 9 gone this morning now. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Northampton. And Northamptonshire, having lost the toss, being put in by the home side, are 23-1. I shall leave you, and Don Topley will join you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Yes, I seem to remember the caravan that was here. It was there was barely enough room for one, and not really any room at all for 2 of you. So I seem to remember one commentating from the caravan and one commentating sitting outside, which was that made life interesting. We're going to see a change of bowling, first change of the morning, and it's going to be Mark Steckety who's going to join the attack from this river end, replacing Shane Snater, who bowled 4 overs for 9. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Emilio Gay. If you're just joining us, very welcome to Division 1 cricket between Essex and Northamptonshire at Chelmsford. Northamptonshire having already lost a wicket, in fact, in the 3rd ball of the game. And here's Steckety round the wicket, bowls to Gay, just strays onto his legs, and he turns that down to long leg, and they're able to come through for an easy single. Gay goes into double figures, 10 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 24-1. Yeah, Ricardo Vasconcelos well caught low down at 3rd slip by Matt Critchley off the bowling of Sam Cook for 0. That was 0 for 1, 3 balls in. Since then, been a couple of big shouts for LBW, and Young edging just short of Cook at 1st slip. Here's Steckety in, bowls outside the off stump. Good carry, as that slaps into the gloves of Adam Wheater, but Will Young not having to play at it and declines to do so. Comes down, does a little bit of gardening. If he wanted to chat with Emilio Gay just stayed in his crease, so it had to be a long distance conversation. Sun trying to come out, as Glenn mentioned during the last over. Conditions probably brighter than they've been at any stage of the morning so far, as Steckety comes in again. Bowls to Young, who drives uppishly over backward point, and that's run away for 4. It was in the air, but it was well over the head of Cushy in there at backward point, wide of him as well, and ran away for 4. And Young goes to 9, and Northamptonshire to 28-1. After being put into bat by Tom Wesley, you would imagine in these sort of circumstances the batting side needs a little bit of luck if they're to survive against quality seam bowling in helpful conditions. 3 slips and a gully in place. Steckety running away from us, bowls to Young outside the off stump. This time Young shouldering arms, letting it go through to Wheater, and there's no run. We will of course keep an eye on what's happening elsewhere. Worcestershire 49-1 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge after being put into bat. Early wicket there for Stuart Broad, but Worcestershire recovering reasonably well there. Surrey 11 for no wicket after being put into bat by Gloucestershire down at Bristol. Hampshire 19 for 3 against Lancashire at Southampton. Here's Steckety in again, bowls to Young, plays that crisply up to Walter at mid-wicket, and there's no run, so difficult start for Hampshire. And as far as the damage, 2 wickets there for Jimmy Anderson, including James Vince caught behind for 2, so early problems there for Hampshire down at Southampton. Here's Steckety And again, bowls to Young, very full. Young drives, and it's just eluded Steckety. I think got a finger on it, but goes down past the stumps, down towards the boundary, but it's chased there by Tom Wesley, back towards the boundary, and in fact they settle for a single off the last ball of the over. Young goes into double figures, 10 to him. Gay is also 10, and Northamptonshire 29 for 1, 6 off that first over from Mark Steckety. Morning, Toppers.
Morning, Mr. Rad. Welcome to Chelmsford.
Thank you very much
indeed. To Essex.
Pleasure to be here as ever.
As the sun is just trying to poke through, there's an odd shadow, but still very high cloud, overcast. No sign of rain, I sense. 29 for 1, and Essex won this toss and put Northamptonshire into bat, and we're going to see Sam Cook to continue. No Jamie Porter, so Cook has taken the Hayes close end. He's on his way in. He right arm over, bowls. This is well placed, well played by Will Young, the Kiwi, the overseas batsman for Northamptonshire, plays it out to backward point, or gully really, where Nick Brown does the fielding. So 3 slips: Cook, Harmer, Critchley and Brown at gully. Came down last night or this morning?
Came down last night, yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good. Cook coming down the Hayes close end. It's played with soft hands, played into the floor where Nick Brown, Critchley at third slip, who took the catch early this morning. He collects the ball. What's been impressive actually by Emilio Gay, and in particular Will Young, obviously Will Young is an opening batsman. He is playing with soft hands, hence the ball isn't going quickly to the slips. It bounces in front, which is tactically and technically very good. Cook in again bowls. This is a decent delivery, nice and straight, drags Young forward, plays with the full face of the bat. There is no run.
Yeah, Ben Smith, who's now Northamptonshire's batting coach, taken over this year after spending most of the last 2 seasons in the commentary box with us. 2 of his big things, and I suppose he needs to tell Will Young as an international player, but trust your defence and know when to leave. And I think they're both decent bits of advice.
Cook in, right arm over, a bit shorter outside off stump, well left alone, as you said, by the international class batsman. Of course, your coach is fairly new.
John Sadler, yeah. He's
formerly of Derbyshire. Well, I think he's a Yorkie by nature, and he played for Leicestershire and Derbyshire before he took up a coaching appointment at Northants under Ripley.
Yeah, that's correct. And then promoted from assistant coach to take over as head coach, and then with a bit of a new team around him.
Cook in again, bowls short, almost bounce a length. It does gain a little bit of bounce, but it goes through. It's wide of off stump, so easily left. 29 for 1.
Yes, because I'm sure you'd have played against Ben Smith.
Yes.
In your playing career. Yeah.
Well, he had a Leicestershire. I'm sure he played at Worcestershire as well.
Yeah, went and captain Worcestershire, in fact.
He did.
And since then he's been doing some coaching. He's been involved with the Ireland setup as well, and they're back in county cricket.
In he comes Cook, bowls just short of length, played from the crease, well played by Young. End of the over, testing over, 2 balls outside off stumps where he didn't have to play, but 29 for 1, having been 0 for 1 after the 3rd delivery of the morning, which the captain Ricardo, you pronounce it
Vasconcelos, yes.
Which he nicked to Critchley, who took it well at third slip to give Cook the first wicket of the morning. 0 for 1, 29 for 1. We are about to commence the 12th over. So, to be honest, whilst it was a nice early punch from Essex, Northants have played nicely since.
Yeah, they've managed to avoid any further alarms and excursions so far, at least. Here's Mark Steckety starting a fresh over round the wicket to the left-handed Gay, who's able to leave that alone, watches it into the gloves of Adam Wheaty. He said on about coming down last night. I had unhappy memories of not doing that last year, and taking a very, very long time to get from the outskirts of Chelmsford to this ground at about 9 o'clock in the morning. So
you're not superstitious then?
Well, yeah, once bitten, twice shy. I thought, no, I'm not going down that route again. So no, I did come down late yesterday afternoon. Here's Steckety in again to bowl to Gay. Once again, he's able to leave that alone, quite wide outside the off stump. Yeah, Northamptonshire's coaching setup now with John Sadler as head coach, Chris Liddell.
Yes, formerly of Sussex and Gloucester, yep, left arm over.
That's right, and also been involved with the Netherlands side as yes, specialist bowling coach. He's his bowling coach and now assistant. Ben Smith, of course, batting coach, and Graham White still playing in white ball cricket, of course, but he's now running the second team and taking responsibility for fielding. Here's Steckety in again, bowls to Emilio Gay, who's in behind that. Goes, I think, off a mixture of bat and a bit of pad. Up on the onside for Walter, coming in for mid-wicket to field, and there's no run, and obviously working with the spin bowlers as well. So it's a relatively inexperienced, I suppose, coaching setup, but they seem to dovetail in with each other pretty well, and well, as with all these things, they'll be judged on results. Here's Steckety in again. Around the wicket, bowling to Gay. That jags back at him, hits him, well, let's say in the abdominal area. He's wandering off just to gather himself in the general direction of the umpire, of getting absolutely no sympathy from anybody, of course. But well,
Essex are very happy to come round the wicket at Emilio Gay here. It's interesting. Point of difference for Steckety is just got a little bit more pace than Cook and
three slips in the gully waiting, and he bowls full to Emilio Gay, who drives into the, well, attempted to drive through the covers, didn't make any contact, and it goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Adam Wheater, and Gay, I would imagine, just a little bit unsettled by the previous ball, which must have been quite painful. Needs to keep his concentration, as I mentioned with Glenn earlier, that his 65 against Yorkshire, I thought, was again a step forward for him against a quality attack. Steckety in again, bowls, and this time he just plays inside the line. Goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Adam Wheater. Applause for a testing over from Mark Steckety. It's a maiden as well, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. And Northamptonshire put into bat 29 for 1. We've had 11 overs.
Yeah, the point of difference for Steckety has just got a little bit more pace than Sam Cook and Shane Snater. Just to go through the two teams again, Essex have enforced to make 2 changes really. We've lost the services of Dan Lawrence, who misses out to an injury picked up in the Warwickshire game, a hamstring, and Adam Rossington, who did particularly well at Taunton just about 10 days ago. He's unavailable due to being on loan to Essex from Northants. Cook starts a new over, nice and straight. Young comes forward, plays with soft hands, plays it with the splice of the bat into the leg side, and the aforementioned Paul Water comes in and scoops it up, and there is no run. So 2 changes to Essex for Essex. Paul Water comes in along with Farouz Kushi, who scored some runs in the 2s this week. So Brown, Cook, Wesley, Walter, Critchley at 5, Kushi at 6, Wheater 7, Harmer 8, Snater, Steckety and Cook. The bowler Cook in, outside off stump. Young leaves it alone through to the keeper. Meanwhile, Northants, well, Vasconcelos opened the batting. He's been dismissed. Will Young is out there. Emilio Gay at 3, Saif Zaib 4, Rob Keogh 5, Luke Proctor 6, Tom Taylor 7, Lewis McManus, who I think is on a season's loan from Hampshire, the wicketkeeper at 8, the Aussie Matt Kelly at 9, Gareth Berg, may I call him a veteran, formerly of Hampshire and Middlesex, and last but not least Ben Sanderson. This is Cook. Cook in. There's an LBW shout, but a good leg by. Good running by these two. They take a quick single. The score moves to 30. The ball was going down the leg side. There was a little bit of interest from the guys behind the stumps, but to be honest, it was just a half-hearted loose appeal.
I think he got called rather worse than veteran. What he was tweeting in the week by when he went into bat in that Northamptonshire second innings against Yorkshire on Sunday afternoon. But water off a duck's back, I think.
I'm sure he's heard it all before.
Yes.
3 slips remain. They change across to Emilio Gay because he's left-handed. Cook is in. This is a good ball. Gay comes forward, plays with the full face of the bat. Nicely good front stride, soft hands, plays with the full face up to mid-off. No run.
He's bowled beautifully, Gareth Berger, and indeed Ben Sanderson, and so much of Northamptonshire's
He got a
fortunes.
fiver?
He got a fiver in the first innings against Yorkshire. Yeah, they do depend very much on those two at the moment.
Cook in, bowls for legs. He's gone up for an LBW appeal, but I have to say, even from this squarish sort of fine leg, I would tend to say that was I wasn't particularly interested, nor was the umpire. 31 for 1, a leg by, which the left hand, right hand rotate, which is always to the annoyance of bowlers. Fancy bowling at one angle, and then they take a single leg by or whatever reason, and then you have to adjust your line once again. The slips move across to the offside, to the pavilion side, and Cook is on his way in. He's there, he bowls, nicely played into the leg side. There's going to be 1. Can they stop the 2? And Cushy couldn't. That's great running again.
Buzzers.
And overthrows. Oh my word, that's slightly wild throw. It was an anticipated effort. He tried to get to the ball and release it quickly, but it avoided Wheater, and it's missed Steckety, who's dived over the square to try and save the ball, and alas, Wesley had to go and get it. So looking upon that, did they run 3 or 4?
3, I think.
3. So the score moves to 34 for 1, and that concludes the end of the over, and that will frustrate any bowler when there are buzzers or overthrows.
Yes, it certainly does. Yeah, the Berg and Sanderson have taken between them 21 wickets in the first 2 matches. I've dubbed them Bergerson now because they're sort of inseparable. It's a bit like Ben Bradley, the legendary editor of the Washington Post at the time of Watergate. Bernstein and Woodward became Woodstein, so they're now Bergerson. Here's Steckety. Straight approach, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Young, and that's wide outside the off-stump, and Adam Wheater having to go in front of first slip to take it, and Will Young gesturing, wanting a drink. They've been out there, I suppose, pushing an hour, so he's thirsty already.
That was made into a film, wasn't it?
It was, All the President's Men.
And talking of films, I went to see the latest release at Mincemeat.
Oh yes, with it's a fascinating story, isn't it? A wonderful book.
True story.
Wonderful book by Ben McIntyre, which I think it's probably based on. Is Steckety, and again outside the off stump, and again left alone by Will Young. Yeah, fascinating story, and Colin Firth in that one as
he was brilliant.
Well, and
brilliant. No, great film actually, very enjoyable.
Yeah, I shall. Well, we've got, as I say, we've got three away games in a row, so I may well be looking for something to do with an evening over the next 3 weeks in Chelmsford, London, and Birmingham.
Interesting to hear that it was a true story. Very true. Yeah.
Here's Steckety, still the 3 slips and a gully in place. Bowls to Young, and that's well bowled, and it just did enough.
Shot,
yeah, it just did enough to find. Let's say it wasn't an edge, it was to the outer portion of the bat rather than the middle. It went out into the offside, and the energetic Feroz Cushy. Must be lovely to have that sort of energy. The young man this morning, he's been herring, he wants the ball to come to him. Now he's got his place in the side.
Got runs in the 2s.
Yep, so I gather.
Regular runs in the 2s.
Yeah. Well, he's got his chance here as Steckety beats Young outside the off stump. Little bit of pace, little bit of movement, and that now prompting Young to come down the pitch and having do a spot of gardening, and that was a genuine success for the bowler, who's just seemed to be getting into his work now, doesn't he?
He's probably, just as an observation, not a criticism, probably wasn't quite on his lines originally.
Yeah.
Bowled a few outside off.
Here he is again, bowls to Young, and Young drives. without any power or timing up to Snater at mid-off, and there's no run.
He's got a few wickets. They will come. What's been impressive for me, for Mark Steckety, is look, he's only taken 9 wickets. He's taken them at 39. Don't worry about that for the moment. He's bowled 94 overs. But what lengths he's bowled, he hasn't bowled the typical Aussie lengths. He has tried to bowl English lengths, which has been impressive. Here's
Steckety in again, wide outside the off stump, and left alone by Will Young. Goes into the gloves of Wheater, end of the over, it's a maiden over, and Northamptonshire 34 for 1. I'll be interested to see what you think when Matthew Kelly, who I think is having that same little transition period, made his debut for Northamptonshire from Western Australia, made his debut for Northamptonshire in the previous match against Yorkshire, and again you sensed he was just trying to adapt a little bit to the length that he needs to bowl here, and
very different.
Yeah, and he didn't have he picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings, 1 in the second, but interesting to see how he goes here. I'd be interested to see you, with your expertise in that direction, run the rule over, Indar.
Well, Sam Cook he's the leading wicket taker with 10 off 3 matches or 5 innings, and behind him is Shane Snater along with Mark Steckety, who have both taken 9. It must be said that Jamie Porter hasn't played too much. He's played 1 of the 3 games, has yet to take a wicket, but he will. And this is a long season, and there's a lot of cricket to come. Snater replaces Cook from the Hayes close end. A wild and woolly ball down the leg side, short and wide, where Wheater has to step right across. Doesn't dive, but he takes it comfortably down the leg side. 3 slips and a gully remain. Backward point, a mid-off, mid-on, squarish mid-wicket really, and probably a fine leg which is hidden by the Tom Pearce stand beneath us. But like the other bowlers, he's come round the wicket to Gay. Gay steps away from his crease because he wasn't ready, and Snater has to abort at the very
late one, wasn't
minute.
It? He was almost into his delivery stride before Emilio Gay decided. I'm not quite sure what's troubling him, but something got in his eye line or got into his ear maybe.
Yep. I think he was quite surprised how close Shane Snater was to actually delivering the ball. He's waiting again. 3 slips are down. Snater's in, played into the leg side. Good looking shot. Goes behind square. Walter does the fielding, and they take a quick, calculated, decent single to give 1 more to Emilio Gay, 1 more to Northamptonshire, who have now moved on to 35. And not forgetting that this partnership's 2nd wicket partnership is now worth 35, because there was a wicket 3rd ball of this game at Chelmsford. And you're listening to Andrew Radd, Don Topley here for BBC Radio Northampton and BBC Essex. Live action. Snater in, outside off stump, which this time I'm going to say Will Young does get committed to playing the ball. Plays and misses through to the keeper, but there is no danger of the nick.
Yes, so good morning to Stephen Peters, if he's listening, which I strongly suspect he will be. Of course, well known in these parts and in Northamptonshire as well. As captained Northamptonshire.
He did.
Started his career here, went to Worcestershire in between. Fine player.
Yeah. Snater from the Hayes close end, 2 straight. It's driven into the leg side. Timed nicely. They take 1. They look for 2, but turn it down rightly so. Good bit of fielding by Feroz Kushi, who was very quick from fine leg, and there is 1 more run to the right-handed Young. The score moves to 36. Middlebrook, there's another one who's played for both counties. I'm trying to think of other cricketers.
Yes, James Middlebrook was on patrol at. He was actually umpiring in the first match of the season at Northampton against Gloucestershire. Yeah, he was there for that one.
Snater, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Gay, who plays with a dead bat on the front foot, just plays it up to mid-on. There is no run. I'm trying to think of other.
Well, Adam Rossington, I suppose, is the most recent one. Good fit here, Don, do you think?
Yeah, I think he played really nicely
and was of great assistance to winning the game at Taunton. Played very disciplined by playing so straight on an awkward wicket. Snater in, playing a miss. That's a good delivery. Looks as if he's just taken it away. And that concludes Snater's first over from the Hayes close end. And the score is 36 for 1, and we've had 15 overs, I think it is now. And Snater, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 11. And I'm Steckety, 3 overs, 0 for 6.
And I'll just leave you for a second as I nip to update BBC Radio Northampton. Back with you in a moment.
Thank you, Andrew, and you're welcome to contact us, as we always encourage you to do. The email is bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, and various Twitters. We've got BBC Essex Sport, obviously at BBC Essex Sport. If you want to contact Andrew Rad, it's at oldmanrad, or me at Toppers Senior SNR, and that's a good delivery from Mark Steckety, bowling from the river end, who gains a little bit of bounce with his tall action, quite a tall man, and it's a decent ball that's a genuine play and miss against the right-handed Young, through to the keeper, but no edge. Good bit of bowling. Good bit of bowling up the hill from the river end here at Chelmsford. No sun, just a... Now it's sort of high cloud really. 3 slips awaiting still. Steckety in, bowls outside off stump, good pace through to the keeper. There is no run, 36 for 1. We're in the 16th over. You're listening to Andrew Rad, Don Topley here at Chelmsford for coverage of Day 1, Division 1 of the County Championship. Essex are hosting Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire, who have enjoyed 2 draws, where Essex have played 3 matches and they've won 1, lost 1 and drawn 1. Steckety in, bowls, driven to square of the wicket. They take a calculated single, must say. Good running, good calling by these 2 batsmen from Northamptonshire. 1 more run to Young, 1 more run brings up the 37th run of the morning. Goodish crowd, especially on the Tom Pearce stand. The river stand has got a fair few on, and I would imagine there's a good collection square of the wicket at the pavilion and beneath the Tom Pearce stand too. Steckety around the wicket to the left-handed. Oh, Emilio Gay, who gets a jaffer, he's committed. The ball just moves away and Wheater dives just in front of Alistair Cook, but there is nothing on it. Just a genuinely good delivery, which the left-hander plays and misses. We'll look at the scores elsewhere in a minute. This partnership now is worth 37. Steckety on his way in, legs are pumping, outside off stump, drags Gay forward, plays it into the floor to gully. There is no run. A few spectators at the Hayes close end, spaced out in the sort of temporary seating that runs between the sight screen and the executive offices or executive suites, which house the Boundary Club. And Tom Wesley, captain, is just bringing Feroz Kouchi in a few yards on the longest leg side boundary at fine leg to the left-hander, who drives down the ground and takes a quick single, which is a good shot, good calculated, full face of the bat. The bowler on his follow-through does get his hand on it, but he parries it, and Sam Cook has to do the fielding. They take a single, end of the over, 38 for 1 of 16 overs. And we see Will Young on 11, Emilio Gay on 15, sorry 12, he's moved to 12, Young is on 15. Young's faced 51 balls, Gay 42 balls. The strike is not particularly of interest at the moment because when you're opening the batting or coming in at 3 in the first over, you just want to get over this new ball. This new ball is now in his 17th over, and it's Snater on his way in. He bowls, and that's a genuine play and miss through to the keeper, who parries it to Harmer at second slip. There is no run. How's the parish of Northampton?
All good, thank you, Don. Yes, I just had to update BBC Radio Northampton into their midday news, but yeah, now everyone's happy. Just carrying obviously a lot of stuff about the appointment of Ben Stokes, the confirmation of Ben Stokes as England captain.
Well, it's interesting. I gather there's a number of press to meet Rob Key today as well.
Oh, right, okay.
So that's the two bits of news today, I would imagine. Snater bowls. This time he stays in his crease, plays a little squared as the left-handed Gay. All very safe, competent, and he plays with the full face of the bat, and there is no run. So Rob Key will be interviewed by various journalists today after the announcement. I presume Ben Stokes might be around to chat as well.
I would have thought so, yeah, at some point.
Snater round the wicket, 3 slips again awaiting. This is short of a length. Plays inside the line. Good disciplined, watchful batting by the left-handed number 3. And no alarms, and the score remains 38 for 1.
Yeah, just run you through what's happening elsewhere around the country, Don.
Please do.
Yeah, up at Bristol, where Surrey are playing Gloucestershire. Hard work for Surrey at the start. They're 27 for 2 after being put into bat by Gloucestershire down there. Break off.
Snater, rather, comes in from the Hayes close end. This is a little in to out, not in total control, but plays with the open face, goes into the offside, a gap, and there is 2 runs for Northampton, 2 more for Emilio Gay. Just opens the face of the bat slightly there, as he wasn't quite fully in control.
At Trent Bridge, Worcestershire 66 for 3 against Nottinghamshire. Dane Patterson's picked up a couple of wickets there after Stuart Broad got one early on. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 30. Rather un-Broad-like figures, but first game of the season, I suppose you can make excuses.
Snater running down the slope, bowls, played into the leg side by Emilio Gay. Slightly more sensibly, no run.
And Hampshire are having a very tough morning against Lancashire down at Southampton this morning. They are 40 for 5 after being, I think, put into bat by Lancashire down there. No, in fact, they won the toss and batted, beg your pardon. Jimmy Anderson, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 6. Hassan Ali's picked up a couple as well. And Tom Bailey's just got one, so 40 for 5 Hampshire against Lancashire at Southampton.
Snater bowls, and this time Emilio Gay plays from the crease to complete the over. Good sensible batting there, 40 for 1. I notice Anderson bowled a fair few overs last week in that game against Gloucestershire. I think he bowled about 42 overs in the match.
Well, just proving if nothing else that he's match fit. At Taunton, Somerset have made a decent start against the reigning champions. Somerset 51 for no wicket after being put into bat by Warwickshire down there at Taunton. Up at Headingley, Kent 53 for 3 against Yorkshire. Yorkshire winning the toss and putting them in. In Division 2, Derbyshire 32 for 1 against Glamorgan at Derby. Leicestershire struggling 40 for 3 against Middlesex at Lords. Come back to those scores in a minute. Mark Steckety running in away from us at the River End, bowling outside the off stump to Will Young, who lets it go. And down at Hove, Durham are 56 for 1 after winning the toss and choosing to bat first against Sussex, who I see pulled in a couple of players for short-term loan deals, including Mason Crane, the Hampshire leg spinner, has gone down there. I think one from Essex has gone down there as well. Aaron Beard, yeah. So here's Steckety in again, bowls to Young, looks to drive, doesn't time it, goes on the bounce to Steckety, fields in his follow-through, and there's no run. So as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, yeah, you mentioned Lewis McManus, he's on loan, initially a month's loan, but I think it could obviously be extended. There will be a slot there for him, of course, with Adam Rossington, the regular first team keeper, having Move down here to Essex on a season's loan. I hope you're keeping up. Here's Steketee in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Young lets it go through.
It's always difficult, isn't it, Andrew? Because wicket keepers, look, of course you need 2 on the staff, but you only ever need 1 in the team. And of course, once you do sense that the odd keeper moves, going back to when you were talking about you followed cricket and was started commentating, you had the likes of Downton moving from Kent to Middlesex,
yes,
Farbrace.
That's right.
You had Ian Gould move as well from Middlesex to Sussex.
Steketee again, bowls to Young, shapes to play it on the onside. Did he? If he got a bat, he was just a little inside edge. It said he didn't, because it signalled as a leg by Nigel Long as it just ran away into the onside. 1 more onto the total, Northamptonshire 40 for 1. Well, yeah, I think with McManus, of course, his place was effectively blocked by Ben Brown, who's made the move from Sussex down to Hampshire. So it was a good move for McManus.
Tom Alsop, who can keep wicket, has moved. I mean, Burgess, who got 170, who's got a couple of hundreds already. He got 100 against Surrey, and he got 100 against Essex last week. He's played for Leicester, Surrey, Sussex, and now Warwickshire.
Steketee round the wicket to the left-handed Gay, who's solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Steketee fields.
And dare I say, he's worked hard at his batting, because not only Burgess is at Warwickshire, you've had Alex Davies move from Lancashire to Warwickshire. So he's naturally going to feel a little under pressure, because he'll be looking over his shoulder, as anyone would. But yeah, once one keeper moves, you find there's a couple of others.
It's like a knock-on effect, isn't it? Butterfly effect outside the off stump. And Gay was, I think, almost lured into playing at that one. In the end, pulled his hands inside the line, so he played it well. But it's a good probing line by Steketee to the left-hander. End of the over. Just the leg by off it. 41 for 1. Northamptonshire. Gay is 14. Young is 15. And how different it is, Don, to the situation that Northamptonshire had for many years, when you had Laurie Johnson, who was reserve keeper for best part of a decade to Keith Andrew. Of course, was a great keeper with Northamptonshire. Only played twice for England, 2 tests 9 years apart. And Laurie for a long time was the stand-in keeper, the reserve keeper, and when he did eventually get his chance, it didn't last very long, because then George Sharp came along.
This is wide, outside off stump, and Snate has conceded no, it's not quite a boundary. They're going to take 3. Right-handed batsman, that is Will Young, cuts the ball. It was a bit of a moose, I have to say. That's probably the worst ball bowled of the morning.
I would agree. I was just thinking the same thing.
3 runs.
Good bit of fielding to save the 4, in fact, running out there towards
I'm not going to give bowlers excuses, but he looked as if he just slipped a little bit at the crease. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but it was, as I used to say at school with the schoolboys, a bit of a moose. Round the wicket this time, outside off stump, much better delivery, well watched, good discipline there from the left-handed former Bedfordshire player, Bedford School, and someone who came to my festivals, the minor counties cricket festivals at the Royal Hospital School. He came for a couple of years at age groups 11s and 12s with Bedfordshire.
He's a very ambitious young man, wants to play Test cricket, and as I say, he's learning all the time. It's only his 17th first-class match, but he's already got 100 under his belt.
Standing quite still at the crease, bat aloft. This time it's a genuine play and miss. Give him the credit there. That's a cracking delivery. And I think there might have been a word or two exchanged.
Exchange of pleasantries, as they normally call it, except they probably weren't very pleasant. But
I'm not sure it was good morning.
I very much doubt it. No, well bowled to Shane Snater there.
And it was.
It was. Yeah, there's some very, very good cricketers coming out of Bedford School at the moment. So one or two in the academy that are certainly progressing in the right direction.
There's one standing at slip.
Yes.
Snater bowls, a good delivery, threatens to throw, but he hasn't moved from the crease. There's a little bit of staring going on. Handbags at dawn, and we all resume. Great delivery, well played. That's what we want to see. Good competitive cricket.
Yeah, they say if the lad at first slip keeps, can keep concentration, then he ought to score a few runs. Sir Alistair.
No drop catches yet. Couple of nicks have fallen short. One of Cook, one at I think it was Brown, but in comes Snater. They take a quick single. That terrific cricket, terrific running. I'm not sure there was much calling. They just had a little look, a little wink, and off they went. Good cricket again, and the score moves to 45 for 1.
There's a lad coming just out of Bedford School on the. He's actually got a rookie contract now called Gus Miller, who's got runs for the second team in this present game against Leicestershire at Kibworth, and I know there's people rate him very highly, and he would be the first Northamptonshire player with the Christian names Augustus Horatio to play for the county.
Fantastic, love it. Slater bowls, little straight. This time Will Young plays into the leg side for the end of the over. There is no run, so 45 for 1. What a cracking name that would be.
Good one, isn't it? Augustus Horatio Miller, Gus Miller.
I trust his father was a sailor. Am I being presumptuous?
I don't know, but he's certainly very highly rated, and bit of an all-rounder, but he's actually got a chance to bat up the order for the seconds this year, and he's made runs, and I think it's one quite encouraging thing for Northamptonshire. You look at a little bit of depth, and the likes of Charlie Thurston, who just 2 years ago, of course, was Northamptonshire's leading run scorer, and Charlie's, of course, another Bedford schoolboy. I see he got 145 for the seconds in the week at Kibworth, so he's putting a little bit of pressure if one of the top order batters doesn't get runs.
Tell me that name again.
Augustus Horatio Miller.
Yes. Now, hang on. What's his nickname going to be? You know it, don't you?
I don't. Yeah, go on.
It's got to be. They're always
Nelson. Oh yes, absolutely.
Or it's going to forget his other names. It's going to be Dusty.
Yes, or Windy, I suppose. Yes, as Glenn says, those of us with memories of Camberwick Green and Trumpton many years ago. Yeah. Anyhow,
I didn't think Glenn was that old. Hey?
You must have seen it. You've seen it on one of the cable channels.
He's researched.
We have a change of bowling, and it's going to be Simon Harmer, who's coming into the attack for the first time with a slip and a forward short leg, and he's bowling to the left-handed Gay, and it's outside the off stump.
Slow turn.
A little bit of slow turn first up. And Gay letting it go into the gloves of Adam Wheater.
Gave it a real loop then.
Harmer again round the wicket from this river end, and that finds the edge of Emilio Gay's bat, but he played it well against soft hands, as Don was highlighting a moment or two ago, and it runs down towards third man for a couple of runs, chased down there by Shane Snater, who pulls it in a few yards inside the rope, sends in his return. And Gay goes to 17, Northamptonshire to 47 for 1.
This is a good test here, actually.
It is. Here's Harmer. In again, bowling that little slightly wider the crease, a little bit quicker. And Gay in behind it, plays it up to Cushy in there at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. A slip, forward short leg. And then 7 in a ring, fielding, saving the 1, 4 on the offside, 3 on the onside, as that next ball is outside the off stump, and Emilio Gay lets it go through to Adam Wheater. Here's Harmer in again flighting that one up. A little bit of slow turn, but Emilio Gay watching it carefully, not playing a stroke. Harmer already back at the end of his mark, bowls that slightly shorter, slightly quicker to Emilio Gay, and that surprised him. It jumped on him a touch, and if there'd been a gully in there, then I think Harmer would have been in business. There wasn't. It ran out to Snater at backward point, and the end of a typically testing over from Simon Harmer. 2 runs off it. Northamptonshire 47 for 1. Gay is 17. Young is 18.
We just suggested there might be a little bit of slow turn. This is not a used wicket. What he's doing is bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, and in particular with Harmer, he's got enormous. He's got hands like cornflake packets. They are enormous. So he does get a bit more revolutions on the ball. But what he does do, he changes his pace, he's a very tall man, he's built like a number 8, and he's particularly, he's got a lot of guile. It's going to be Snater bowls a full length delivery, it's just pushed into the offside to Feroz Kushi at backward point, where there is no run. So we're not suggesting that there's any great turn here on day one, just a little bit of slow turn for the against the left-hander, bowling around the wicket with the huge hands and the pivot and the purchase on the ball from Simon Harmer, who is one of the world's best finger spinners, certainly on show right now as Snater bowls. This is a little too straight into the leg side. Nicely played off his legs by Young. He takes a single. Left hand, right hand rotates. 49. Or have I jumped and beaten 48 for 1?
Yes, it was an extraordinary return to Test cricket for Simon Harmer, wasn't it? That short series against Bangladesh.
Oh, I think he's a terrific cricketer, you know. In fact, we lost to Warwickshire at Edgbaston recently, and we lost last year to a very fine knock from Yates. But Simon Harmer probably hasn't got great memories of bowling at Edgbaston, funny enough. Didn't do particularly well last year and didn't do particularly well this year, but he did well with a bat as Essex were bowled out in the first innings, which proved quite costly. So the gully has moved. Captain Wesley has moved gully to a man on the drive on the offside for Gay facing Snater. As he comes in, bowls down the leg side, they take a quick leg by, and it's Paul Water has to go behind square from in front of square to collect the ball, but they've rotated the strike. 49 for 1.
Big unit, Paul Walter, isn't he?
Cool,
He's 6'7" or something like that.
No, bigger than that.
Is he?
He is. I would call him. I reckon he's 6'8.5", 6'9".
Right.
Yeah, huge chap.
Have him in the second row, wouldn't you?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. He'd have to lift someone, wouldn't he? Snater this time to Paul Water, where he fields well at mid-wicket. There is no run. Yeah, he's not bowling as much, and I think that's a bit of a pity. Might be encouraged to bowl a bit more. Wants to concentrate on being a batsman. Not sure he got runs this week in the twos. I think Pepper and Feroz Kushi scored a high percentage. Oh, Rymel scored a high percentage of the runs. This time it's a well taken single. There's a shy at the stumps, but he was easily in. Walter has to turn to his right, run round the ball because he is a left-handed thrower. So I have to say that was good calling by Emilio Gay. Good response from his partner Will Young. Sensible cricket. A little gentle applause because Northamptonshire have clocked up 50 runs in the 122 balls in 81 minutes, having been put into bat and were 0 for 1 after the third ball. 3 slips waiting. The gully's gone to on the drive. This is nice and straight, played on the back foot with a full straight bat, about probably navel high, where that concludes the end of the 21st over. 50 for 1.
Yeah, so we mentioned Rob Keogh. I imagine he'll be sort of in next but one. Save's been batting at 4 and Keogh at 5, and congratulate him again on his 100th first-class appearance for Northamptonshire. We were talking earlier on, Don, about the fact that Northamptonshire haven't won here since 1998, and
yes.
That was the last match of the 1998 season, and I'm certain that was Kevin Curran's last match as Northamptonshire captain, the late and
really? Yeah.
much missed
Kevin
Curran, whose son Ben, of course, is on the Northamptonshire staff now, and the other 2 sons doing good things down at the Oval, and indeed at international level as well, Tom and Sam. But yeah, that was Kevin. He played another season in the ranks, but that was his last game as captain. Had just the 1 season. Here's Harmer starting his second over the wicket to the right-handed Young, who plays that on the bounce to forward short leg. where Nick Brown is there under the lid and there's no run.
Knew Kevin quite well from his Zimbabwe days.
Yes, of course. Yeah, there was a great man. Still very much missed from world cricket. Here's Harmer again. Bowls to Young, who comes down the pitch and is deceived by that one. Was aiming to play that through mid-on, and it finished up skewing away off an outside edge down through backward point. And he picks up a single, but not at all where he was intending to play that. He rehearses the stroke now. Playing down the ground towards mid-on, and it's beautifully bowled by Simon Harmer, who immediately is posing questions for both batsmen. Young goes up to 21 and Northamptonshire to 51 for 1.
Yeah, and he was looking to play with a turn there, and there really wasn't much turn.
And now a second slip goes in for Emilio Gay. Round the wicket goes Harmer, and immediately that's edged on the bounce to the man at second slip. And there's no run, but Harmer he just has to come into the attack and things happen. Here's Harmer again, bowls to Gay short, and Gay cuts that away, and he's going to get runs here. Goes wide of the man at second slip down towards the boundary. Snater in hot pursuit, but he can't quite pull it in from the rope. Down at third man down by the floodlight pylon, and Emilio Gay picks up 4 runs. That one's just dragged down a little bit by Harmer, and it was cut wide of the man at second slips. Alistair Cook, who looks slightly dischuffed with that. Gay goes to 21, 55 for 1.
Yep, that was a rank ball, which got what it deserved.
Harmer from the river end, and again bowls to Gay, better ball, and Gay rocks onto the back foot, just drops it down into the crease next to him, and Adam Wheater retrieves. And there's no run. 1 or 2 messages to catch up with, which we will do in the course of the next over or two. Thank you very much indeed for getting in touch with us. Always good to hear from you. Here's Harmer in again, bowls to Gay, and again finds the outside edge wide of second slip, goes down to Snater at backward point, all along the ground, end of the over. Gay is 21, Young is 21. Northamptonshire are 55 for 1, and Simon Harmer's bowled 2 overs for 7. And I must say good morning to Pete Austin, who I think is actually, I don't know if he's here today or not. Don't think he is on the ground, but I swear, actually, you just read down, he says he hasn't made the journey himself, still mentally scarred from last season, the match that was over inside 4 sessions. I know how you feel, but good that you're listening to us, Pete. I hope you're enjoying the commentary.
And thank you to Amy Crow, who suggests with the picture we put out after the 5-minute bell, she says it looks a cracking crowd for a chilly overcast Thursday. Yeah, it's actually marginally warmer than I expected, but it is overcast and it's brilliant to see. I would agree with you, Amy. Well said. Thank you for that contribution. If you'd like to get in touch, it's Twitter, it's Old Man Rad, Toppers Senior, or at BBC Essex Sport. And if you want to email us, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. It's going to be Snater bowls a delicious delivery, 3 slips awaiting. There's a genuine play and miss by the right-handed Will Young through to the keeper. 55 for 1, having been asked to bat by Essex earlier today, and Northamptonshire not forgetting that they lost the first wicket. Court Critchley bowled Cook, that of the captain Vasconcelos. 3rd ball of the day.
What do you reckon, Don, would have been in Tom Westley's mind when he won the toss and unsurprisingly chose to bowl first? Would he have been looking, what, you think 3 or 4 before lunch maybe?
Yeah, definitely. Snater in, bowls outside off stump, short of a length, little bit of bounce through to the keeper. Well left by Young. Definitely. Yeah, you want 2 or 3. There have been no... I always feel that the heavy roller will wear off, and then when the lacquer and the polish, well, we're into the 23rd over, I would expect the ball still to be quite nice to bowl with. It is still relatively hard, but it's going to be Snater running down from the Hayes close end, bowls out short of a length, played with an open face bat out to the 3rd slip where Critchley does the fielding. There is no run. Definitely think certainly a couple of wickets, 3 wickets. There are no snakes in this wicket.
No.
It's been good. A couple of balls have just dropped a bit short of the grabbers. No drop catches as yet. Essex have bowled fairly nicely. Northamptonshire have played sensibly. This time it's forced into the leg side. 2 straight by Snater, goes down to the Australian Steketee beneath the big scoreboard at fine leg here at Chelmsford, where Northants take a single. 56 for 1.
Well, I hope conditions are like this when the two sides meet in the last round of matches. I think Essex come to Northamptonshire back end of September, the very final round of county championship matches. I hope it's no colder and no cloudier than it is today. That'd be fine.
Snater bowls with the headband on through to the keeper. Not interested in playing that is the left-handed young batsman.
But somehow you wouldn't guarantee it for the back end of
right.
September.
I have quite a thick winter's coat, but I came dressed. Not that I'm a dedicated follower of fashion, but I came in a roll neck kind of ski jumper.
Very impressive.
You've got a nice Aaron Wall jumper.
The old
on.
Cardi, yes.
This is Snater. Snater bowls. This is played with an open face bat. Probably takes his top hand off the bat, or bottom hand off the bat at the last minute to complete the over, but there is no run, no dismissal, all nice and quiet. 56 for 1.
Yes, so certainly at the start of last season we were commentating outside at Northampton, and the first match against Kent, well, we did actually have some snow.
Wow.
Myself and Matt Coles and Ben Smith, who's now Northamptonshire's batting coach, nice sort of tucked away in the warm down there. I haven't got to worry about that sort of thing, but yes, we did have 3 very, very, very cold days down there. Let's say should have 62 for 1. Field changing over for the right-handed Young. Sun trying to come out, so Toppers doesn't need to add any more layers just yet. It's quite pleasant for watching cricket. There's Harmer in again, bowls outside the off-stump. Young.
Bit of bounce?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yep.
Doesn't need to play it and doesn't. It looks, on the evidence of what we've seen the first hour and a half, Don, good pitch. Good cricket wicket, bit in it for everybody.
Yeah.
Here's Harmer in again, bowls to Young, just lays a bat on that, runs it down to backward point, and the over. Harmer's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 13.
The reason I mentioned the coconut matting, or the banana matting, is it's 2 over on the pavilion side, which is going to be used for Yorkshire's game here next week. So I would imagine the River stand might be out of bounds next week because they traditionally don't like to put spectators behind the bowler's arm. Just a heads up for people. Another heads up, I hope people don't mind me mentioning, that there is a minor counties or national counties game on Bank Holiday Monday in Ipswich at Copdock Cricket Club, in just outside of Ipswich, in between Ipswich and Colchester, literally off the A12. That's on Bank Holiday Monday, and that will be Suffolk, I think, against Hertfordshire. So there's no county cricket on, so if you're in the vicinity and you enjoy your representative cricket, go and watch Suffolk play at home. It's going to be Cook to start a new spell outside off stump. Emilio Gay, very watchful, very disciplined, allows it through to the keeper, no run.
Because Northamptonshire have Freddie Heldrick, of course, from Suffolk on the staff now, played a lot of white ball cricket last year, made his mark, did really well. A very impressive young man. And
wrist spinner, left
arm wrist spinner. Yeah, there aren't too many of them about, and made a big impression last year. Looking forward to seeing him a bit later in the season.
Cook round the wicket to Gay, clipped off his legs, good looking shot. They're going to take one. Are they going to come back two? They are. Quick call, and it's very well run, very well fielded, but an easy two for Northamptonshire, and in particular Emilio Gay.
Played for one of the, I think it's got to be one of the best named clubs in the country, isn't it? Copdock and Old Ipswichians. Yes. Played for them last year.
That's where this Suffolk game is on Monday.
Right, okay.
Copdock and Old Eyes. That's right. It's literally off, very accessible, good car parking, very easy to get to off the A12. This time Cook bowls a little straighter. Gay comes forward, plays back to the bowler. There is no run. National counties are already into their T20 campaign. I think they've played last weekend and even some friendlies prior to that.
Yeah, I saw Richard Gleeson, formerly of Northamptonshire, of course, back playing at Cumberland, I see.
Is he?
Yeah, he played I think, last weekend.
Here in comes Cook, bowls, nicely pitched up, but it's a little too leg-side-ish. They're going to take one. Gay comes back for the second. That's very well fielded. Well, actually, it's the two of them, but it's an easy two for Northamptonshire. They move on to 66 for one. So Cook coming around the wicket. Nothing wrong with that, and he's bowling nicely, but I have to say, he's just been manipulated into the leg side for 2 twos. Good batting here from Northants. Right arm, round the wicket. Gay's waiting with his bat aloft. Comes forward, shoulders arms through to the keeper. Dot ball. Do you get the opportunity to watch any national counties? Because there's normally a traditional link with Bedfordshire and Northants. And in fact, when I think of Alan Fordham over the years, Ned Larkins.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one of the things that the Northamptonshire's current chairman Gavin Warren is very keen on is strengthening those links. We'll come back to that in a second.
Cook in short of a length, just drags, comes back into the batsman left-handed there, where there is no run. Good looking delivery, well negotiated, end of the over, 66 for one.
Yeah, so strengthening links with Bedfordshire, with Huntingdonshire as well, and the other national counties around, Buckinghamshire of course just being on the border, and Cambridgeshire as well, so links with all of those. And in fact, with Bedfordshire, there's now the Steelbacks Academy that's opened in Luton, which David Ripley is involved with, and Monty Panesar, of course.
And of course, I was just about to mention that. How could you forget Monty, Bedfordshire?
Yeah, and, absolutely. Well, Neil Stanley, of course, is another Bedfordshire one from the not too distant past. Yeah.
Did he have a spell here at Essex?
Not sure. Here's Harmer starting a fresh over and bowls to Young, who works that cleverly into the onside, and the man coming in off the deep mid-wicket boundary fields, and they're through for an easy single. One more to.
I don't know why, but I think he might have.
One more to Young, 67 for one. Michael, I was thinking you were talking about players that have played. It was Michael Davis, of course, the left-arm spinner, had a little stint here as well after finishing with Northamptonshire. Dickie Davis, Harmer around the wicket to to the left-handed Gay, works that again into the... We're looking to work it into the onside. In fact, it didn't manage to beat Nick Brown under the lid at forward short leg, who sticks down a mitt.
Not to be confused with our distinguished colleague Dick Davies.
No.
No, he would never bowl spin.
Flighted up by Harmer, driven by Emilio Gay, out to the man at deep extra, Mark Steckety out there just on the edge of the square, and they're able to come through for a single. One more to Gay, 31 to him, 68 for one. I shall make way for Glenn Speller at the end of this over.
Stanley's name?
Neil.
Neil Stanley.
Yep. Giz to his intimates. Some good times with Northamptonshire. Unfortunately, a bad back injury that knocked him back a little bit, but very talented player. Here's Harmer again, bowling over the wicket to Young, down the leg side. Young shaping to play it.
Was it Neil?
Neil, yeah.
Right, not coming up.
No, I didn't recall him being at Essex, but anyway, here's Harmer in again, bowling to Young, who plus runs that down to slip, and there's no run. Of course, talking about the Bedfordshire connection, the man who's making his 100th appearance for Northamptonshire today, Rob Keogh, is Dunstable's finest, as he's often known. Reverse sweep comes out for Will Young, and it runs away for 4. He nailed that. Interesting choice of stroke 20 minutes before lunch on the first day, but obviously a shot he feels comfortable playing. He nailed that, and it raced away for 4. Young is up to 28. Gay is 31. Northamptonshire at the end of the over, 72 for 1. 6 off the over. Harmer's bowled 4 overs for 19. I shall leave you in the tender care of Toppers and Glenn Speller.
Thank you, Andrew. Having a deserved rest, he's saw a wicket fall with the 3rd ball of the morning, and he hasn't seen another one since, so he'll be pleased. 72 for 1. Sun's out. Not much of a wind, just a little easterly wind actually today. So the wind is coming across from the old Chelmsford Hospital towards the pavilion. This time Emilio Gay plays it down to fine leg, takes a quick single, left hand right hand combination exchange. I have to say Sam Cook looked a bit frustrated by that easy single. He's been bowling quite straight from around the wicket to the left-hander, who has played into the leg side nicely for Northamptonshire. Very good morning, Mr. Speller.
Yes, I'm sitting at the back of the box doing various other bits and pieces. This hasn't quite gone to plan for Essex after winning the toss this morning and taking a wicket with the 3rd ball of the day, is it? No, well done to the 2 Northants boys.
Yeah, they've played well. No risks. Been watchful. 3 slips awaiting. Cook is in to the right-handed Young, turns it on his legs and plays it straight towards the very tall figure of Paul Walter, who has come in instead of Adam Rossington, and Feroz Kushi comes into the Essex side to replace the injured Dan Lawrence.
Gives us some emails. Mike says, enjoying the coverage, especially as I live in Devon these days and can only get to Taunton and Bristol matches. You may have talked about this at some point already, but why is Porter not playing yet in the championship competition? He did play in the first game, but hasn't featured since.
Cook in, bowls. Nice. Brings the batsman forward, there is no run. I think Essex have decided to go in there a bowler less, because they've got Critchley to bowl leg spin, second spinner after Harmer. Harmer does bowl a lot of overs and he gives the bowlers, or the seam bowlers, a rest. So that's the thinking, I believe, and it's a long season and I expect the seamers to be rotated in due course. Nothing sinister at all. 3 slips awaiting. Cook bowls, drags Young forward. That's a good delivery. Great defence there from the Kiwi, and there is no run.
Ken on the emails. Morning, Ken. Says, I assume and hope there is a good reason for inserting the opposition today after winning the toss. Not too sure about it myself, and as well, not being at the ground, can't comment too much. But as I say, I hope there's a good reason and not just a fashion. I think the old captain's method after winning a toss, what's to think about bowling and then decides to bat. Have a good day, he says.
Well, Ken, thank you. This is the wicket that Essex opened up their season last year against Worcestershire with those 2 large first innings. This time, Squares young up, but there is no run. Plays into the offside, and that is very well played and very well bowled too. I think they just felt that there was a little bit of grass on this wicket. As I said, it was a flat wicket a year ago. They're hoping it will do a little bit. You never know. There's still a bit of time left before lunch. You never know. If they got 2 more wickets, I'm being greedy, they would say it's been a good session for Essex. Right-handed Young is waiting. Cook is in. 3 slips are waiting. Outside off stump through to the keeper. It doesn't look of a particularly quick wicket.
No.
A few balls have only just carried to the keeper.
Yeah, and a couple have kept low as well, even before they've gone past the batsman as well. Tim, I think we were having a conversation earlier on about players who played for both counties. Said Maurice Chambers played for both as well. Thanks to Tim in Romford for that. Danny says, fantastic commentary. Looks like we're in for a cracking game. Do you believe Sam Cook should be included in the England Test squad this summer? I think he's definitely done enough to be included. Well, the thing about Sam Cook a couple of years ago was people said maybe wasn't quite quick enough, but he has added.
He has.
Had a couple of yards of pace. So
yeah.
He's got to keep taking wickets, and then you're noticed.
You need a little bit of difference, because if you have people like Broad and Anderson, you know, it's going to be Harmer bowls.
And that one's outside the off stump and allowed to go through for no addition to the score, 73 for 1.
Probably need a point of difference. Is he going to be much different to Broad and Anderson, who are both exceptionally good bowlers who will be used this summer?
Harmer round the wicket to Gay, just pushes out defensively to the offside for no run, but as we've been saying for several years, they can't go on forever.
They can't. I expect them to be playing this summer, but as you say, you've got Mahmood. Fisher's now out injured.
Harmer's in again, a little bit shorter. It's just worked into the onside and stopped at short leg for no run. And
there are some decent bowlers about who will interest England selectors, whoever they may be, and the coaches, but sometimes need a point of difference.
Harmer's in once again. That's tossed up a bit more, and Gay comes down the wicket and drives. Good diving, tumbling stop by Paul Walter at mid-off. They come through for the single, however, 74 for 1, and there's all these bowlers as well that have been tried by England and then end up on the injury list as well, so they'll be heading back too. Gosh. So there's quite a long list there as well.
Gosh, and there's a long, and we're not even into April. There's a very long list of bowlers who have fallen foul with injury.
Harmer over the wicket this time to Young. Young again, just coming down, and that's angled into mid-wicket, and there's a fumble there by Matt Critchley, and they come through for the single. The score goes up to 75 for 1. John, thanks for your email. So you were talking about Operation Mincemeat earlier on, I heard you say.
The film?
Yeah, again, you went to see it, you said, did you?
I did.
So it's a good film, well researched, a little spoilt by both principal British officers throwing up a salute without wearing headgear. No one in the British military would do that, says John. Here's Harmer in once again, and that's just tickled round the corner, runs down the hill towards the Hayes Close boundary. They'll be hauled in though, but they come back for a couple of runs. 77 for 1 is the score. It's on my list, John, to go and see that.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Just over the 2 hours. And it's interesting. It's because it's a true story. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Out now. End of the over, 77 for 1. You're listening to Glenn Speller, Don Topley and Andrew Radd, BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Essex, bringing you live coverage from the Cloud FM County Cricket Ground, Chelmsford, day 1 of round 4 of the County Championship. Delighted to bring you this live ball-by-ball action.
See, what does Andrew do while he's off air? He sneaks out and gets his lunch, and then brings it back in so we can smell it and see it as well. Oh dear, smell that. Lovely.
Cook in bowls, outside off stump through to the keeper. Good disciplines there from the right-handed Kiwi. That is Will Young.
I think that looks like the gourmet burger to me, Andrew. Yes, yeah, nodding his head.
What are you going to have?
Well, you see, I was thinking of the vegan curry, but having seen that now, possibly the vegan gourmet burger.
I quite enjoyed the vegan curry the other day. What was it the other day?
It was a vegan Thai curry that you had. I brought you back.
But it was
for you.
spicier than the meat dish, wasn't it? Cook, 3 slips waiting, on his way in, bowls outside off stump. Well, that's good bowling, because the ball's just come back on his line from right arm over the wicket, and I have to say he's probably left it on bounce, but left it on the angle, and it's gone well quite close to the stumps. It's good disciplined batting, watchful batting from the opening batsman, good cricket, good bowling, just what you want to see.
Elsewhere, Gloucestershire, Surrey 58 for 3 down in Bristol. Hampshire are struggling at home to Lancashire. Hampshire are 59 for 5 in that match down at Southampton.
Cook in down the slope, bowls, and it's a nick, and it carries, I believe, or does it? We're blinded by the bulk that is Simon Harmer, who they're not celebrating, so it must have fallen short, or he scooped it on the half volley. We are blinded up here on the first level of really third man. It was taken nicely, but unfortunately it was scooped on the half volley.
Yeah, Cook carried through on his follow through and was preparing to celebrate, and then Simon Harmer sort of stood up, and the batsman stood, and Harmer just shook his head, tossed the ball back, and we get back on with play. 2 wickets for James Anderson, by the way, against Hampshire. Hampshire 59 for 5.
Ooh. And here comes Cook, bowls outside off stump, little bit of shape, goes wide and wider. There is no run. Just one point of notice for me, we've not seen any drop catches. Essex have been okay this morning with catching. They've just taken the one, but when you see it keep falling a little short, and we've said there is a lack of pace, isn't particularly quick, I'm just wondering whether it's worth. We've seen 3 fall short, and in cricket we'd rather see the ball dropped than keep falling short of a length. This time it's played on the back foot by the right-handed young. There is no run, so I would be looking at the slips, or the keeper, or somebody like Alistair Cook, the experience, or Harmer, to say, boys, shall we go up half a pace?
Just wonder, the wicketkeeper sees more of the ball come through, doesn't he? He can judge it. You would think that Adam Wheater would say, I think we need to step up. Somerset against Warwickshire. Forgive Somerset fans for fearing the worst when Warwickshire won the toss at Taunton and put the home side in. Somerset 109 without loss.
Must be a flat wicket. That's well bowled, well played again. Young comes forward. This is not a quick wicket at all. Well bowled. Sam Cook. End of the 29th over. Cook has bowled 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 13. The score, after being inserted, 77 for 1 off 29 overs.
Just to finish off the Division 1 scores as well at Headingley, where Yorkshire won the toss and put Kent in. Kent 83 for 3. Harris Ralph's taken all 3 wickets. Ben Compton failed for just the 2nd time this season. He was out for 3 today. Daniel Bell Drummond still there on 48. Another failure for Zach Crawley, out for 4. He's averaging around about the 25 mark this season. Waiting for Simon Harmer to start another over. Division 2, Derbyshire 67 for 1 against Glamorgan.
Who's out?
For Derbyshire?
Yeah.
It is Billy Godalman for 15. He's gone. Simon Harmer starts another over from this River End. Northamptonshire 77 for 1. That's played defensively by Emilio Gay for no run. Leicestershire at Middlesex. You probably guessed it. Leicestershire is struggling. 56 for 6. Shaheen Afridi's taken 3 for 26. He was on a hat-trick as well, but the third ball was successfully negotiated. Here's Harmer in again. Outside the off stump. Bit quicker. And pushed out to the offside for no run. Yeah, that's the 2nd time this season Shaheen Afridi's been on a hat-trick as well, but couldn't make it. Worcestershire 106 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. Stuart Broad's playing there, and he's taken 1 wicket. Harmer in, floats that one up, slower, a bit more air. Stopped by Feroz Kushi at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And Durham at Sussex. Durham are 75 for 6. Aaron Beard, the Essex loanee's taken 1 wicket there so far today. He took the wicket of Beddingham as well, which is a good wicket to get.
Good to see him getting some cricket.
Harmer getting through his overs, just worked to the man at short leg for no run by Emilio Gay. 77 for 1, so you're up to date with everything that's going on elsewhere on the county cricket scene. I don't think you can follow all those commentaries.
Best wishes to our colleague Marty Emerson, who had an accident. He's fallen over. Hope he's well, and look forward to seeing him soon.
This next one's played defensively. Back to Harmer. Waits for it to trickle up the pitch, and there's no run once again, you can follow all those commentaries. Go to the BBC Sport website, go to the cricket pages. You can take your pick of any commentary you want to just check in and see how a certain other team's doing. Here's Harmer in once again. Essex still looking for this second breakthrough of the morning. They won't get it like that. Gay shoulders, arms to absolutely everything. And it is 77 for 1, and we're 6 minutes away from the lunch break.
Yes, sun is just trying to poke through again. We've got tinted windows in our facility here, Hyatt, straightish third man, but light doesn't seem to be the issue, but out there's quite nice and bright, as if the sun is trying to come through.
Just to go back to that Surrey game at Gloucestershire as well, the men out, Burns for 6, Patel for 9, and Amler's failed again, out for 6. I see your son Reese is getting some more red ball cricket. He's played a lot this season, red ball stuff.
He has, yeah, but
are they managing his workload?
No.
No.
They keep losing a bowler per game. They lost Kemar Roach in the first game against Warwickshire. And then they lost, no, it was against Hampshire actually, and then they lost Sam Curran and Taylor. So they've been short of bowling. As Cook comes in, and that's kept a little low, and a play and a miss, well bowled. And Young is still there. That ball just didn't quite bounce like it should. And of course they got 2 debutants today. They got, his nickname's Frankie Worrell. So
Daniel Worrell, yep.
Yeah, along with
Colin de Grandhomme,
who I played with his father in Zimbabwe, wow. Colin de Grandhomme, yeah.
Just we talked about Andrew a little bit earlier on. Surrey struggling a little bit. Just to bolster that paper thin squad of theirs, they bring in a vastly experienced international player.
There's a leading edge, but it squared him up. But Will Young got away with that as Feroz Kuchi goes down to the Tom Pearce stand. They take 2. And a moral victory for the bowler who squared the batsman up. That's well bowled. 79 for 1.
BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com if you want to drop us an email. Thanks for all your correspondence so far today via the email as well. And lots of opportunity for you to join in the chat. It's been a bit flat from Essex, we're being honest, after that early breakthrough this morning. And the Northamptonshire batsmen of Gay and Young have done a cracking job.
Indeed, Cook in, driven down the ground, up the ground rather. That's well played. Full face of the bat by the right-handed Young. He beats the bowler on his follow-through, but it's the captain Wesley who comes across from mid-on to prevent the single. Good-looking shot once again. Good ball, 79 for 1.
Look, the more likely Sam Cook, and we were talking about Reece Topley and managing his load at Surrey. Sam Cook is very much the spearhead of this Essex bowling attack these days. He's coming in again.
Right arm over, this time tucked into the leg side where there is no run. Goes straight to Nick Brown at short mid wicket where there is fielded, and he returns the ball to his captain Tom Wesley at mid on.
We should be able to squeeze one more in before lunch unless people start tying bootlaces up, etc, etc. Used to be the old trick, didn't it? But that tends to be, it was frowned upon then, but it tends to be sort of the no-go these days. They've got 96 overs to bowl in the day, so you may as well get through them.
Cook in, played into the offside. There is no run, well bowled. Voss Trent, good morning to you, sir. Good to see the county cricket via the YouTube while sitting in a Lincolnshire lounge listening to the BBC. Family live in Chelmsford, so come to the county ground on the 11th of July to see the Gloucester game with my son. Well, we look forward, depending on how old your son is, but Voss Trent, if I'm on duty, I'd love to introduce him to where all the magic happens in this wonderful Coventry box. There's an invitation. Cool. There's a nick. No, it's not. As he falls to the floor, Sam Cook is rather disappointed. He's bowled a ball that's just bounced, nipped back. He thought there was an edge as it went through to the keeper. There wasn't, but it was a cracking delivery by the tall opening bowler for Essex. But the end of the over, 31st over, and the score remains 79 for 1.
And we will have time for one more. Well, A, he's very lucky not to get a nick, and B, it's just carried over the top of his stumps as well, so a bit of double trouble there, but unlucky from Sam Cook, who has bowled well again this morning, but just with that one reward, and that was when we were in a lot more cloudy and overcast conditions as well. Since then it's got a bit warmer, the cloud has lifted, there's still no blue sky about, but the sun is around and about. A few people just putting on their caps in front of us as well to protect themselves. Simon Harmer's going to bowl the final over before lunch. 79 for 1 is the Northamptonshire score. He's around the wicket now, bowling to Emilio Gay, goes on the back foot and tries to put it away, but mistimes it, and it's comfortably fielded by the man at mid-wicket. We'll be updating BBC Essex listeners into the 1 o'clock news as well. Harmer with a leg slip and a regulation first slip. That's an attempt to flip it away on the onside by Gay, but it's stopped by the man at leg slip. I think it might be Nick Brown there. Or is that Paul Walter? Should be able to tell the difference between the two quite simply. I think it is Paul Walter, yeah. Harmer in once again, lots more flight, and there's turn there, but it's slow turn, and Gay can judge it on the line and leave it on the line, and Wheater takes it. For no addition to the score, 79 for 1, coming up towards the first lunch break of this 4-day county championship match. Here is Harmer in once again, pushed back to him, and there's no run, no chances being taken here by these two Northamptonshire players who have thus far safely negotiated more than 30 overs between themselves. Here's Harmer again, in and bowling, and Emilio Gay just plays very solidly, very defensively for no run, and there's one more ball to go of this morning's session, and Essex have just the one reward for their efforts. Gay is 35 not out, and Young is there unbeaten on 31. They've played very safely, very calmly. Harmer in once again, and Gay again plays defensively. There's no run. That's the end of this morning's session from BBC Essex, BBC Radio Northampton, and Don Topley, Northamptonshire's morning.
Yes, I'm going to say it was. They've played very cautiously, smartly, watchfully. No worries. Essex have bowled tidily, but there just hasn't made anything happen after that third ball of the morning. So well played to the two batsmen, in particular Emilio Gay and Will Young. But maybe Essex can do something after lunch, maybe a change of concentration. We will see. We'll be back with you all in about 40 minutes' time. Glenn Speller, Don Topley and Andrew Radd.
And just hang on to update BBC Essex listeners in the next few moments.
BBC Essex scored. It's the first day of Essex County Championship match against Northamptonshire. BBC Essex's Glenn Speller is watching at the county ground in Chelmsford.
Yes, and it's been the visitors' morning on the opening morning here at Chelmsford. You can forgive the Northamptonshire fans who are here for fearing the worst when their side lost the toss and were put into bat on grey, overcast conditions, and even more so when they lost their captain Ricardo Vasconcelos to the bowling of Sam Cook, to the third delivery of the morning, caught well in the slips by Matt Critchley. But since then, Emilio Gay and Will Young have batted very solidly indeed. A couple of edges from them have dropped short in the slips, but other than that, they've had a very comfortable morning, and it's Northamptonshire's morning so far, 79 for 1.
Commentary continues right now on the BBC Sport website and app, on the radio. Meantime, Ben Stokes has been appointed captain of the England women.
Andy, you want good news or bad news?
Chelsea West Ham programme, sir?
I've got one in already.
How much you pay for it?
£6.
Oh, so they're fine. There's a dealer there who's got
Lunchtime, Chelsea,
all the games.
Northamptonshire recovered really well from
All the
the
ones
start.
that,
They've
all the ones
got
that
to
have
break
been behind closed
79
doors.
for 1.
Because they got all apart from
Video
Real
game,
Madrid, which is
35
down to about
knockouts.
250 price.
Will Young
Don't know
on
why.
31. County put into the
Yeah,
action
this
rather
was
than
six.
captain
They
Carlos
pick them
Salos
and
just
take the box.
My name's Harry McQueen. I'm the lead strength and conditioning coach.
So my name is Chris Clark-Hines. I'm head of athletic development at Essex County Cricket Club.
My name's Aaron Beard. I'm a cricket player at Essex County Cricket Club.
When a player gets injured, we're looking to explore all the avenues to make sure it's a speedy and safe recovery from injury. And nutrition forms a big part of that. And it doesn't matter if it's a muscle injury, tendon injury, a joint injury, a bone injury. All these type of injuries need good nutrition. And what we can find is that by using Wow Hydrate and the collagen protein, that it's really going to give all the basic foundation of nutrition there. So when the players are following their individual daily programs, we at least know that they're getting some good form of collagen protein into their daily diet.
when a club cricketer comes off the field, the first thing they do is run to the bar. Whereas now, with the Well Hydrates, they can use these drinks so easily for the ingredients in the cap. So they can replace all the stuff they've lost like any athlete would do, and it replace all their energy, and they won't be tired for the work that they do in the following days and start the week.
Hydration is a super important consideration for the players. So we know that scoring 100 is around about 10 k's worth of distance. So that, alongside obviously being in the middle of the summer, so Well Hydrate allows us to replace fluid and electrolytes that are lost during these periods of time to try and avoid any performance decrements that may happen through dehydration.
So I've got two flavours for very different reasons. My favourite protein flavour is the summer fruits. It's the best flavour of the protein range that I get on with. And for electrolytes, when I've been sweating after a hard day in the field and bowling, is the orange one. It goes down the best and doesn't leave any aftertaste like other sports drinks do. It has to be one of the bowlers, I reckon. We get some sweaty bowlers on a hot day in the summer, so I'm going to put a name to Jamie Porter, because there's one drink in particular, he likes the lemon and lime one, and if he doesn't get that one, he's not a happy bunny. So, so if you're doing the substitute duties, you have to take him a nice cold lemon and lime electrolyte to replace all the sweat he does when he's bowling beautifully like he always does.
I mean, thousands are showing up tonight as well, so it'll be interesting what happens.
Well, they said they can't anybody that really serves their team.
Yeah, but only if they get caught.
Well, I mean, the stewards do it. I mean, if you've got people wearing their track colours in the home. About a couple of twigs. Last time we Frankfurt.
Yeah. I think they're finished 8th. Yeah, the confidence thing, yeah. I've done all that stuff again. I want to win getting the Champions League or not. Unless we'll have to play every Sunday then, will we? Be fed up slightly if Sunday's all time. One.
Well, welcome back to Chelmsford and the county ground for the first afternoon session of this county championship match. Glenn Speller, Andrew Radd and Don Topley, BBC Essex and BBC Radio Northampton with you for the next couple of days. The weather is set fine for the rest of the day. The umpires Nigel Long and Tom Lungley just heading back out to the middle. Northamptonshire will resume, Andrew, on 79 for 1, and after ball 3 of the morning, I think you'd have taken that all day long.
Absolutely, no. I think they've we talked a lot during the Yorkshire match, which Northamptonshire batted through the best part of 4 sessions to save in the previous round of matches. Talked a lot then about showing a bit of character, and again, I think when Ricardo Vasconcelos, as you say, went third ball of the match with oh no, here we go again, particularly being here at Chelmsford with memories still very much of what happened here last year. But yeah, these two have battled well. They had a little bit of good fortune, a couple of LBWs that looked tight, an edge that didn't quite carry to Alistair Cook in the slip cordon, but they've done pretty well. Will Young, obviously as the experienced international player, he showed what he can do, batted 6 hours to help save that match against Yorkshire. And Emilio Gay, who's a young player and for me is learning and improving every game, which is what you hope. He's still relatively new to first class cricket, got 100 last year, battled very hard for 65 in that match against Yorkshire against a quality attack. He's done the same job so far for Northamptonshire. Now the task for Northamptonshire after being put into bat is to build on that platform this morning and hopefully from their point of view to keep these two together and to post a competitive first innings total against again a good quality Essex attack.
Yeah, it's a good quality Essex attack, but it's an Essex attack that's looked a little nondescript.
Yeah,
session.
I thought Sam Cook was excellent in both spells. The others had their moments. Simon Harmer is always going to ask questions, but again he just erred a little bit on the short side once or twice, dropped a couple short and they were put away. So yeah, it's been, and I thought it's interesting. I think with when Toppers were on talking about Mark Stetteke and the fact that he was just struggling a little bit maybe to find the right length for the pitch and for the conditions, and when he did get it right, it really zipped through and he was a real handful. But Essex obviously would dearly love to get a breakthrough at the start of this session.
Well, Shane Snater is the man entrusted with the ball for the first over of this afternoon session from the Hayes close end. headband on, as previously advertised this morning. Bowling to 3 slips. They've taken the gully out here. Snater is in and bowling, and Young is driving straight back past him for 4 runs.
Well, that's a good start to the afternoon session. It was a little bit of a loosener from Shane Snater, but put away in no uncertain terms. And Dick Davis just popped in with the coffees. What a very fine man he is.
Oh, dear.
And
thank you very much.
Just come in with the early afternoon tea run. He can come again any time. But yeah, cracking start to the afternoon session. It was a long half volley, and Will Young's not going to pass up that opportunity.
Snater in and bowling to Young again. That's shorter, and it just lips up a little bit there. Young takes the hand. But there's no run, and Nick Brown comes in and does the fielding for Essex. 83 for 1. A few people just heading back to their seats after a lunch spent outside because it's nice and warm. It's warm enough. Still probably need a jumper or a sweater or something on, but very pleasant. So no one was scuttling for the pavilion. No freezing conditions here today. Snater turns at the end of his run. Right arm over the wicket, is in and bowling to Young once again. And Young is driving through the extra cover region, and that will run away for 4 runs as well. Not the start Essex wanted, just the start that Northamptonshire will have wanted. Continuing to go very well here. 87 for 1 now.
From Will Young, I would suggest that's the shot of the day. That really was a beautiful extra cover drive. Again, it was a little bit floaty from Shane Snater at the start of the session, but Young, just gorgeous balance and timing, and with a minimum of effort, raced away for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, not a great start from Shane Snater, and they've both rather asked for it, but Young's played it very, very nicely and got the ball back, which is being examined currently, and it's so much so it's going to be shown to the umpire. He's going to have a look at it. He'll get the ball ring out, no doubt.
I just wonder, Glenn, I don't know what your take is on this, but I think this is, not as you say, Northamptonshire's 3rd game of the season. I don't think I've ever seen in just in the space of 3 games, so much examination of the ball going on, and people suggesting that it might be going out of shape. I know bowlers will always try it on a bit, just to, if it's not doing much, just to try and get the ball changed, but it seems to be happening an awful lot this year.
Snater is in once again and goes past the outside edge of Young, who then drags the bat between his legs as though he didn't play at it, but he definitely did. I was here for the opening game against Kent, and it happened on a regular occurrence, but maybe because the ball was disappearing to all parts, because we had over 1,000 runs scored between the two in the first innings of that match, and it was a case that the bowlers were trying absolutely anything they could to try to get wickets in the game, which was proving very, very difficult. Here's Snater again. Better delivery, previous ball. He's in to Young, and Young whips that one away through mid-wicket, and he'll pick up his 3rd boundary of this innings. 2 straight from Snater, just overcompensating there, and the score goes to 91 for 1, and Young goes to 43.
Well, again, we've seen, I mean, the first boundary, the one away through mid-off, was a little bit of a gimme, as you described. The extra cover drive was gorgeous, and that, if anything, was even better. The little work away through mid. He's very strong through there, to the extent that when he was batting against Yorkshire, they very often had 2, especially when the ball got a bit older, they had 2 in there on the drive. One fairly straight, one round a little bit. We've got 1 in there now. Wonder if we'll see a second.
Snater in, and again looking to drive there. Young gets an inside edge, strikes the front pad and trickles away. It's the end of a bit of a chastening over from Shane Snater, because Northamptonshire are 91 for 1. 3 nicely struck boundaries by Young in that over. He's gone to 43 and Gay's on 35.
We were talking a little bit earlier about the match that I did remember, I think the first time I commentated on this ground, doing it in the old caravan down to our rise. I have found the match. It was 1993. It was the second round of the NatWest Trophy. Essex made 286 for 5 in their 60 overs. Paul Pritchard 92. John Stevenson, of course, here, chief executive now, isn't he? I think spotted him on the ground this morning. He made 90. Nasser Hussain 50. But Northamptonshire, as I mentioned, did chase them down. 290 for 5 with a couple of overs to spare. AJ Lamb 124 not out. Mal Loy made 65. Tony Pemberthy 41 not out. Is Mark Stedeke starting his bowling for the afternoon, bowling round the wicket. And no ball called by Umpire Nigel Long, so 2 more on the total, 93 for 1. 1993, and our colleague Don Topley did play.
Bowling figures.
Came on his first change, 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 54, got the wicket of Nigel Felton, caught by Graham Gooch, presumably in the slip cordon. Yeah. But other than that, here's Statikian again, bowls and driven back to the bowler by Emilio Gay. Bowler just getting a hand on it, deflecting it onto the stumps, but Will Young was safely back in his ground. It was second round, and the Essex attack, Derek Pringle, Mark Ilott with a new ball, then Don Topley, John Stevenson, Peter Such, and Steve Andrew came on just before the end, but he went for a few, presumably when Lammy was just looking to finish it because he got somewhere else to go. Steticky having to abort his run-up. He just lost his run, I think, because he was coming in to bowl round the wicket again to Emilio Gay, so he's got to go back and start again.
See, for the uninitiated who may not remember that particular competition, it sounds like Essex got a lot of runs, but it was a 60 over competition.
60 overs, yeah.
10:30 start. Ball swinging all over the shop for about an hour.
Northamptonshire attack, Ambrose, Taylor, Pemberthy, Curran, Nick Cook and Rob Bailey.
That's not bad.
Here's Steticky in again outside the off stump, and again Emilio Gay lets that go through to Adam Wheater behind the stumps.
You'd finish a test match, and then the next day you'd BBC would have had the test match, and then the next day they'll have a NatWest game of some description. There'll be being out in Cardiff or somewhere, or up at Old Trafford, maybe at Chelmsford or Wantage Road. And
it was the first season after the end of Lammy's Test career was over, basically. Outside the off stump goes Steticky again, and Gay leaves that alone, goes through to Adam Wheater. Yes, he played his last test in '92, so he then had 3 seasons when Northamptonshire had him in every match, and my goodness, that made a difference, as you might imagine, and especially in 1995, when it was an extraordinary year, where Northamptonshire could easily have won 3 trophies and in the end didn't win anything, but it was a fantastic season. Here's Statikian again, Mould, much better ball, and that's just jabbed down on it by Emilio Gay, and it passed dangerously close to leg stump, and you see Gay almost freezing, looking to see where that had gone. Just rolled past leg stump, but little moral victory for the bowler. Yes, that was Alan Lamb's last season, 1995, and we had that extraordinary match at Luton that year when 30 wickets fell on the first day. It swung round corners. Mark Ilott 9 for 19 and finished on the losing side. Here's Statikian again, bowls outside the off stump, and Gay leaving it alone once again goes through to Adam Wheater. Yeah, I do remember that game, but not least because it was on my birthday at Wardown Park, and it swung round corners. And Northamptonshire were bowled out for 46 and still managed to win, with Alan Lamb and Anil Kumble seeing them through on the last afternoon. And I do remember going to see the umpires. It was in the days when the umpires could report the pitch. Statikian again bowls very full to Gay. It was just head over the ball, pushes it up to Tom Wesley at mid-off, end of the over. Gay is 35, Young 43, and Northamptonshire 93 for 1.
I'm suspecting the umpire says there's nothing wrong with the pitch.
Well, the umpires, David Constant and Bob White, Knocker White, and they did. They said there's nothing wrong with the pitch. It just swung. It was very, very heavy, and it just absolutely swung around corners. And Paul Taylor and Mark Ilott, the 2 left armers, had an absolute field day, and David Capel as well had a good game. But Northamptonshire just about managed to shade it, and there were an awful lot of LBWs as well, and the umpires were changing in a caravan, and David Constant came out and said, I'll get my colleague out, Knocker, in a minute. He's got his index finger in a bucket of iced water at the moment, because he'd given 9, I think, in the day.
Well, they haven't been exercised here yet today. Steckety starts another over from the Hayes close end, Snater rather. Shout for LBW, and Young just lazily leans on his bat, and the umpire shakes his head. Nick Brown comes in and fields. All that excitement for what in 10 turns out in the book will be a dot ball, 93 for 1.
Yeah, I was wondering if you played in that one, Dom, but didn't. But yeah, Mark Ilott 10.1 overs, 2 maidens, 9 for 19. as Northamptonshire were bowled out for 46. And 3 innings completed on the first day.
Here's Snater in again. The 3 slips go down, and Young just plays defensively back to the bowler for no run. What was Northamptonshire's second innings? Essex's first innings.
Essex were bowled out for 127.
Right, so first innings lead.
With on the first, they batted first, 127 all out, of which Robert Rollins top scored with 52.
Wicket-keeper.
And Paul Taylor 2 for 18. Capel got 5. Anil Kumble got a couple. Then Northamptonshire bowled out for 46. Islet 9 for 19. Then Essex bowled out for 107 in their second innings.
Right.
Come back to that in a second.
Here's Snater in again, and Young just angles that one away wide of the man at third slip, and they'll come back for 2 relatively comfortable runs here. Critchley tidying up, and the score goes to 95 for 1.
Ronnie Irani top scored with 26. Gooch made 20. Darren Cousins and Peter Such got a few down the order. Paul Taylor 7 for 50. Left Northamptonshire needing 192 to win. They went in fact, they had an over in their second innings, needing 192 to win. They had so actually all 4 innings were started on the first day. And then on the second afternoon,
here's Snater in once again. Oh, and Young takes the bat out of the way of that last second. There's no run. It goes through to Wheater again. It just slightly dies on Wheater as it reaches him. 95 for 1.
They got there at 192 for 8 just after lunch to win by 2 wickets. Alan Lamb 50 not out. Russell Warren got 20 odd. Kevin Curran got into the 20s, and Anil Kumble was there at the end, 17 not out. Despite another 5 wickets for Mark Ilott, 14 wickets in the match. And on the losing side.
And he lost. 14 wickets and he lost. Here's Snater. Can he get the breakthrough here? Young comes shuffling down the pitch and then just turns that one down to the man. A wide, fine leg, almost a long leg, almost on the boundary there. Steckety it is who tidies up. They come through for another single. The score goes to 96 for 1.
The other thing I do remember about that match, Glenn, was that the Daily Telegraph, remember in those days, used to cover every county match with a reporter at the ground. Their reporter, there'd been obviously a bit of mix-up in the office or something, and he didn't turn up. And I got the call, would you mind doing us a few words?
A few?
Yeah, but it was I think it was 800 plus on the end of the day's play when I was doing radio as well. It was a busy day.
Here's Snater in again. The slips have just moved up a bit here, and the wicketkeeper Adam Wheater as well, but it's met with a defensive bat of Will Young, and that's the end of the over. 97 for 1. 35 overs now gone in the innings. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Northampton with you at Chelmsford.
There was an interesting conversation you were having this morning with Don when I was off commentary for a bit, and you were talking about the fact that you wondered whether the keeper and slips might possibly move up a little bit, and the fact that especially as the ball gets older, the ball was maybe just the odd one dying in the pitch, and perhaps they're taking notice of you. Somebody's tipped them the wink. Glenn and Toppers have got it sorted out.
Yeah, just those 2 that fell short of the slips, and it was sort of dying a bit on Wheater on occasion as well.
Here's Mark Steckety starting a fresh over from this river end, bowling round the wicket to Emilio Gay outside the off stump. Gay leaves well alone. It goes through to Adam Wheater. Just bringing you up to date with what's happening elsewhere around the country. Worcestershire are struggling against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, 125 for 6 after being put into bat. At Bristol, Surrey 66 for 3 after being put into bat by Gloucestershire. Hampshire 73 for 5, bit of a recovery for them against Lancashire at Southampton. Steckety in again, bowls outside the off stump and draws a full shot from Emilio Gay, who again is one of those where I think he was just trying to make out that he played inside the line. I don't think he did. I think he was committed to playing that. At Taunton, Somerset 137 for no wicket against the champions Warwickshire. So a very strong start by Somerset down there. At Headingley, Kent 99 for 3 against Yorkshire. At Derby, Derbyshire 95 for 1 against Glamorgan. Break off as Stetteke comes in again, bowls and again draws a full shot from Emilio Gay, who was drawn to that one outside the off stump like the moth to the flame. And came dangerously close from his point of view to getting a nick.
Just found a bit of rhythm here, Mark Steckety.
He has
2 or 3 times now.
This has been an impressive over so far. At Lords, Leicestershire 77 for 7 against Middlesex. And at Hove, wickets clattering as well. Durham 85 for 6 against Sussex. Steckety in again, 3 slips in a gully, bowls to Gay. Gay this time does get a bat on it, steers it into the gully, who shies at the stumps. That's Nick Brown. Fortunately, there was somebody backing up, so possibility of overthrows. We did see some buzzers this morning. It's Paul Walter there backing up. We did see some buzzers this morning, but not there. Gay has a little wander off towards square leg just to clear his mind. There's been a good testing over from Stetteke from the River End. He's into his 7th over. No wicket for 10 so far. That's very full. Yorker length jammed down on it by Emilio Gay. And it finishes up going through to the keeper. Whether he got anything on it and stammed it into the ground, or whether it just beat the bat altogether, and the sound you heard was Gay bat hitting the ground, I'm not absolutely sure. Either way, no damage done as far as the batsman's concerned. But Stetteke, as Glenn said, getting it right in this over. 5 dot balls so far. Can he join them up, as they say? Running in away from us, round the wicket again to Gay, and Gay's pushing that into the offside. Thinks about a single, but Feroz Cushy is quickly in from cover, and applause for that over, and rightly so. Stetteke 7 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 10. And Northamptonshire stay on 97 for 1 after being put into bat. If you're just joining us, Ricardo Vasconcelos, the man out, 3rd ball of the match, caught by Critchley at 3rd, slip off Cook without scoring. Will Young is on 47 and Emilio Gay is on 35.
Well, yes, if you're not going to take wickets, dry up the runs, and that appears to be the Essex approach now. Good over that from Steckety. Just dry the runs up, force them to try to do something, but at 97 for 1 it's Northamptonshire in the ascendancy here as Shane Snater is in the distance. Got a white sheet draped in front of the sight screens at that end to cover some of the green seats. Here's Snater in, and Young just plays defensively on the walk out to the offside for no run. Feroz Cushy in from cover to tidy up. Snater just wipes his palm of his hand in the dust and the bowler's marks.
Well, thanks to Andy Threlfall, who's messaged us at my Twitter, @OldManRad. He says, nice to see we, Northamptonshire, have gone past our 2nd innings total at Chelmsford last season. Solid start from Will and Emilio. Keep going, lads, says Andy.
Phil on the email says you were talking about players that played for both. Please don't forget the estimable Darren Cousins, who bowled his heart out for both counties. Well, you mentioned Darren Cousins a few moments ago. Here's Snater in again, that's outside the off stump, through to Wheater for no run.
Yeah, the number of operations Cuzzer had on various parts of his anatomy, and still came back and had a terrific season for Northamptonshire in 2000 when they gained promotion into that was the first year, wasn't it, of the split championship, and won Division 2 and were promoted. Yeah, as you say, there's never been a more wholehearted trier, I wouldn't have thought, in county cricket. Terrific bowler, great guy.
Snater turning his run very quickly, is in now, long hair flowing, and he's in and past the outside edge of Young's bat. Let's give the batsman some credit though, because he just drags the bat between the legs and away and out of harm's way, and there's no run again. Elisitano Shrimper on the email says, good afternoon gentlemen, from a drizzly southeastern Spain. Covers would still be on down here, he says. I realise this may have already been discussed in the first session, but I fear the appointment of Ben Stokes as England's test captain may cause his injuries to increase in both number and severity, as he now needs to play every match. He's already struggled with his physical fitness since being called upon internationally. As Snater turns and comes in once again to Young, and Young just working that one into the onside, and they'll take a very gentle single. The score goes up to 98 for 1. He says since being called up internationally his physical fitness has been a problem, and the pressure of captaincy obligations will only push him harder. As for the morning's coverage, it does seem that Wheater and his slips were maybe half a yard too far back and not collecting those 3 or 4 edges which dropped short. Hoping for a better second session from an Essex point of view, he says hasta luego. Well, those slips and wicketkeeper have since moved up.
It's rather nice to hear that it's damp and drizzly in Spain, isn't it? It's, when you said about Shrimper, I thought we were talking about Southend, but obviously not.
Snater around the wicket now to the left-handed Emilio Gay, still with those 3 slips in, and Gay just props forward defensively, and there's no run again. Michael on email, bbcscricket@gmail.com. Says, hi guys, Mike Alexander here, the erstwhile writer, wanted to say scribe, but that appears biblical. According to Google, from North London, he says, great to have a day free listening, lots of competing activities, but this listening has become one of my favourite pastimes. BBC Sussex with Adrian Harms and Essex top of the billing, so always fitting between the two. I've always also gone to bed listening to one if I've managed to freeze the system in good time. Blimey, Mike.
That's organised.
Yeah, Snater around the wicket, and Gay just lets that one go through again, lining up his off stump nicely there. End of the over, and 98 for 1, and a very comfortable start to this second session for Northamptonshire. Young on 48, and 35 to Emilio Gay. Everybody has their different listening habits and how they do it, and when they do it, and that sort of thing. Gardening or.
Well, as long as you do, that's the main thing. Yes, one of our regular correspondents at Northampton, who is often. Listening out in the garden with a cold cider, and I think during the last match he said he was supposed to be doing some work on the garden, but while there was a long partnership between Will Young and Rob Keogh, he didn't actually want to risk breaking it, so he just had to sit down for a bit and have a bit of a rest from the gardening, purely in the interests of making sure that Northamptonshire didn't lose another wicket. I'm going to update BBC Radio Northampton in a second, but I'll talk you through this ball from Mark Stetteke, putting in a good stint after lunch for Essex, over the wicket to the right-handed Young, wide outside the off-stump, and Young doesn't need to play that, watches it go into the gloves of Adam Wheater, and I'll just leave it to you for a second, Glenn, if I may. Back with you in a sec.
Yeah, Andrew's going to go off and update BBC Radio Northampton listeners. Somerset have lost a wicket. They're 140 for 1 now against Warwickshire. After being put into bat, don't forget the home side, Lammonby is the man to go. Tom Lammonby out for 56. Hannon Dalby did a lot of damage against Essex, has the breakthrough there. Kent 107 for 3. Hampshire 74 for 5. Surrey 67 for 3. Here, Northamptonshire 98 for 1 as Steckety runs away from us, and a flowing drive from Will Young, but he can only hit the man at extra cover, who is Nick Brown, who makes the stop for Essex. Well, that just shows you Will Young is feeling it this afternoon, because that was a lovely flowing stroke from him, but he couldn't pierce the inner ring of fielders there. For Essex, Division 2, Derbyshire 106 for 1 against Glamorgan. Leicestershire 78 for 7 against Middlesex at Lords as Steckety away from us, in and bowling, and that's allowed to pass through by Young. Steckety has his hands on top of his head because it did come back, but I think after it had gone past the batsman and the stumps. Nottinghamshire against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 129 for 7, and Durham, I think Andrew was mentioning, 91 for 6 down at Hove against Sussex. That's the latest scorelines there for you. And if you did miss it earlier on, Ben Stokes appointed as the New England Test captain. Still all the coaching roles to be sorted out as well there. Here's Steckety. He's in and bowling, full delivery, and well, he was aiming down the ground there, Young, but it's taken the inner part of the bat and it goes behind square on the onside, but they'll still come back for a couple of runs, and that brings up Will Young's half century. He has made 50 from 112 deliveries, a strike rate of just under 45, and he struck 5 boundaries in that as well. So nicely compiled half century from Will Young, and he and Emilio Gay continue to go from strength to strength here for Northamptonshire against Essex, and Essex still searching for this second breakthrough of the day. The first came with just the third ball of the match. Steckety is back into his bowling stride now. It's into Young, who drops his hands on that one, takes the outside edge but dropped his hands on it, and third slip is stopping it, not without a bit of pain. Matt Critchley just wringing his right hand, he stops it, and there's no run. Don Topley's back with us.
Good afternoon, Glenn. Listen, Northamptonshire's mourning to a degree, but you can always add 2 wickets to the wicket column, and it certainly will change the face of the game.
Here's Steckety in and bowling to Young, shoulders, arms through to Wheater, and there is no run once again. And it looked very comfortable. It's the end of the over as well, so yeah, you can tell they're trying to put a bit of life into this Essex. We've now got the slip sprinting from one end to another, having a race, trying to get things going, trying to keep the blood flowing, keep alert to everything as well. But at the moment Essex are struggling.
Well, that's they need a wicket. Northamptonshire have batted watchfully, carefully, smartly, put a value on their wicket. I don't think Essex have bowled badly. It's been quite a quiet morning. We have seen the ball beat the bat a little bit, but whatever edges Essex have got, they've all fallen short. Snater running in down the hill. This time Emilio Gay, the left-handed number 3, goes back and across, plays with the full face of the bat, and there is no run.
Just to go back to a game in Division 2, incidentally, the Derbyshire match, Shan Masood has now passed half-century in every single innings.
Still
His
undefeated.
figures this season: 91, 62, 239, 219 and 56 not out.
Well, it's a record if he gets another double century.
Right.
3 in succession. Snater. And he's nicked it through to first slip, where Alistair Cook dives to his right towards the keeper and snaffles that up very nicely. Wheater didn't go for it, but that's the end of the left-handed Emilio Gay. He's actually played quite nicely. I'm going to say he's looked comfortable out there this morning, and he's played particularly well. But he's made 35 in 113 balls, but alas, he's become Essex's second wicket just after lunch. He walks off, caught Cook, bowled Snater, made 35, and it's now 100 for 2.
I don't think I'm going to attach too much blame to Emilio Gay for that, because he looked like he'd lined it up, just protecting his off stump, and Snater's just taken the thinnest of thin edges. Good catch, by the way, by the benighted Sir Alistair Cook. As you say, diving away to his right hand side, and it was low. Gay did have a little look back just to check it had carried, and it had, but he was also checking out where he'd finished as well, as to whether he'd played at one that maybe he didn't want to. But I don't attach too much blame to the batsman there. Good Peter bowling that from Shane Snater, and nicely taken.
Very much so. Essex will be pleased with that. Now, look, a new batsman at the crease. Is he left-handed? I think it's the left-handed Luke Proctor, formerly of Lancashire, who's come to the wicket. Look, Essex get another wicket here, 100 for 3. Just changes the face of the game slightly. Look, you're not going to blow open a door here. It's a case of, slowly. Here we go. We'll just wheedle another wicket. It's not that kind of wicket. We did notice that just before lunch I sensed that the keeper and the slips came up a little bit. It is a slow wicket. We've seen a few plays and misses, but we've seen no drop catches, and any edges have basically fallen short apart from the 2 dismissals. Proctor's taken guard. He looks like the village blacksmith. His head goes up and down. He's bowled by a delivery from Snater that he leaves alone. Left-hander is beaten there, but listen, it was a well left, well judged, watchful delivery. So they got the second wicket, 100 for 2. The time is 5 past, maybe nearly 10 past 2, and 10 past 2, yes, as Snater's coming down the slope. He bowls. This is played with a dead bat, comes forward, does Proctor, and there is no run. A little bit more buzz by Essex in the field here now. It's greyish skies, very high cloud, no chance of rain. Quite nice conditions, not overly cold. Little easterly breeze coming towards the Cloud FM pavilion, coming across the ground from the flats or the old hospital side. Snater's in, bowls, has played into the leg side, and there is no run. 3 slips awaiting, and a gully.
Yeah, just strengthened that ring of fielders now by bringing the gully in. They'd taken him out from ball 1 straight after lunch, but having gotten the wicket now, just going in to strengthen it. Proctor looks a sort of busy sort of player, doesn't he? Sort of always on the move, and quite an open stance that he has as well.
Can't really remember much about him at Lancashire, but he's quite crouched over, bat bouncing off the floor. This time there's a nick, and he plays it with soft hands out to gully. Nick Brown does the fielding, end of End of a decent over there, to be quite honest. Good over from the bowler, Snater, who's wearing a white headband, a la Stuart Broad. Jack Brooks, very fashionable item. He'd look good in her.
I'm not so sure about that.
I can imagine. I could imagine.
But you see, Jack Brooks has the old.
You're young enough.
Jack Brooks has the old tennis headband, doesn't he? He doesn't tie it up, whereas Broad and Snater have got the bandana, which is a bit more street, a bit more.
What do you prefer? Alice
the
band?
bandana.
Alice band?
No, the bandana. Oh, the Alice band is very much for the footballers, isn't it? It was David Beckham that brought that in. Maybe a bandana with a skull and crossbones. No, I tend to wear a cap under my helmet.
A cap under your helmet.
Here's Steketee starting another over from the river end, back with her eyes on the prize, and nicely judged single as well, because it was well struck actually by Young, went straight to the fielder, but he'd already set off with a single, 101 for 2. Just get the scoreboard ticking again here, Northamptonshire. Don't let Essex settle into any kind of pattern or rhythm, having taken that wicket just after lunch.
I used to have hair like McEnroe to a degree, which he only used to just grow upwards. So I didn't really need anything.
It was probably Dennis Lilly was the first with the headband, was he?
Yeah,
possibly. Think of others who might have sported one. Yeah. Steketee round the wicket now to the left-handed Proctor, and Proctor just playing from the crease defensively for no run. So you could either sport the headband or you could go to the barbers. Your choice.
Didn't even wear product. Still don't wear any product.
Would product have been Brill cream in your days?
It would have been, wouldn't it? It would have been. Thank you, thank you.
And no one did, surely to goodness, did they?
Yeah, they did wear product in the 80s. Yeah, they did. Buffonhead.
Here's Steketee round the wicket into Proctor, well wide above stump. A bit of lift as it goes past the batsman. Wheater takes it. There's no run. 101 for 2. So who in the Essex changing room was putting product? Hair product on, or slicking their hair down, or gelling it and spiking it up?
Well, the captain had a lot done to his hair.
Yeah, okay, yes, all right. Be nice.
Yes.
Did Neil Foster sport a spiky hair?
He did. He'd put a little bit in it.
Yeah, a little bit of gel in there.
There would be.
Here's Steketee. In and bowling to Proctor, bouncer, which Proctor ducks under. It was kind of signposted that by Steketee, and through to Wheater, and there's no run. And I guess a little bit of gel, hand through the hair, and onto the ball, a bit of shine.
Oh, never.
No?
Never. Never. Lip seal?
Yep. That was a well-known thing, wasn't it? Steketee, the Australian. Turns away from us, number 6 on his back, in and bowling to Proctor, yet to get off the mark here. Oh, and that leaves Proctor and squares him up, and he has sort of a jabby shot at it, and well, he was in no kind of position. It was a really good delivery, that from Steketee, and a bit of climb on it as well, but it's through to Wheater, and there's no run, no harm done for anyone there.
Watched him today, Steketee, from both ends, but in particular against left-handers, Glenn, he looks as if he enjoys the way he bowls the ball and maybe takes the ball away from the left-handed batsman. He enjoys coming round the wicket. He's bowled well at the left-handers.
Well, he's in again. The left-handed Proctor this time gets bat on ball, just jabs it out behind square on the offside. Nick Brown does the fielding. End of the over. Good one again from Steketee, but without reward, and Northamptonshire 101 for 2.
I'm not suggesting at all that Luke Proctor is lazy, but he has what we in the coaching world call a little bit of madam. He plays at the ball.
A little bit of
madam.
Madam.
Where he plays at the ball and just forces it afterwards. He doesn't necessarily play with a stationary bat. He sort of just plays the ball and just carries on, if you understand my meaning. Probably could be, just looking at the way he started this innings, he could be tighter. He just sort of plays the ball, and then there's something else that happens after the initial contact. It's going to be Snater. This time he bowls nice and straight at the opening bat. Will Young comes forward, smothers it and plays it into the leg side. There is no run. Just pushes at the ball maybe after the contact. He doesn't allow the ball to hit the bat.
looking at him as well. He's almost on the walk when he plays too. But as you say, he goes into quite a very low crouch as well, just as the bowler's about to release the ball.
There's quite a lot happening when Luke Proctor is waiting for the ball or is set up as Snater's in bowls outside off stump. It looks as if he advances to Snater's delivery there. There is no shot played, allows it through to the keeper. Dot ball, 101 for 2, and not forgetting there was a wicket 0 for 1 and then 100 for 2. It was a good second wicket partnership. Gay was the man dismissed, but he played well for his score, and still at the crease is Will Young, who's been patient, who's played with soft hands, doing nicely, disciplined and watchful. Snater in, outside off stump wide, through to the keeper, dot ball.
Yeah, Snater's had a mixed old day, hasn't he? He got hit for those 3 boundaries by Will Young. And he's found the edge of Emilio Gay's bat to dismiss him as well, and almost a mainstay of this Essex seam attack now. It's Jamie Porter who's not in the side at the moment, but we had that conversation a little bit earlier on. You know, get back in. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter.
Snater's in, nice and straight, still at the crease, very still is Will Young. Typical opening batsman, keeps his head still, plays with his hands and head and eyes in line, comes forward and just defends the ball, no run.
You see his setup is repeatable, isn't it? You would say it's a repeatable setup. There aren't so many moving parts, whereas with Luke Proctor there's quite a lot going on, much like Rory Burns has quite a lot to join up as well as the bowlers into his delivery stride.
Right arm over, 3 slips to the right hander, and there's a good lifting delivery. Just did a bit, just bounced a bit. He was committed into playing it. Well done, well bowled, and he'll be very aware of that ball that just offered a little bit of bounce. Well bowled, sir. No run.
Yeah, look at delivery that from Snater, but it doesn't bother Will Young. Plays and misses, not bothered. Still here, still standing here. You haven't got me out yet, and he's played some lovely flowing drives as well after lunch.
He has been impressed. The New Zealand international is waiting, bat aloft, comes across, plays into the leg side, takes a quick single. Both batsmen run well on the call, and they take the score to 102 for 2. Good, smart cricket there by Northamptonshire.
Yep. Again, they took a sharp single in the last ball of the last over as well, just to keep things ticking over. Yeah, so that is the end of the over. Yeah, and if they're there to be taken, take them. Good cricket. You're not going to hit boundaries with every single ball, and they've made a good start. They want to build on it. They don't want Essex to settle into. I was mentioning right at the start of play after lunch about if you can't get wickets, restrict the runs. So make sure they keep the scoreboard moving without taking any undue risks. Mark Stackerty's going to continue from this river end, seeing if he can get his first on the board in this match at Chelmsford. And he's running away from us now. It's almost a sprint for him as he's in and bowling to Young, well wide of off stump and left alone. There's no run.
Be interesting to talk to him to see how. I know he will be enjoying the challenge of playing in English conditions, but playing these back-to-back championship games are quite testing. You have a 4-day game followed by a day's rest, followed by a day's training, followed by a day's travel or whatever you're doing, and then you go again.
Stackerty in, and again shouldering arms through to Wheater, and there's no run.
So I'll be very interested to see how they don't always play weekly in the Sheffield Shield. There might be a bit of a longer gap. How the body is coping, a little colder, and of course in the Sheffield Shield most of the grounds they play on are particularly flat level surfaces where a lot of the county grounds aren't.
Here's Stackerty again, outside, past the outside edge of Will Young's bat, through to Wheater.
County grounds aren't. A few no balls.
Here's Stackerty again, outside.
I don't think he's bowled any no balls today. Don't think he has. No. So he's obviously got out of that habit.
Just the one where he stopped his run up, didn't he? He was almost needed to have been just stopped that, but that wasn't a no ball. Yeah, it was just that one, as you say. The slope can catch you out.
What I've seen every time he's bowled, he's tried to bowl English lengths, which is good, very good.
Up on his toes as he starts his approach. In and bowling to Young, well outside off stump, and there's no run once again. Looks like he's just pushing it through a bit quicker as well. There's a bit of lift into Wheater there.
Nice and tall, bowls from sort of 12 o'clock, slightly open chested at the crease. But no, I've enjoyed what I've seen, and it's quite interesting really, because I was at the Oval last week and former Essex Peter Siddle bowled nicely, and he bowled quite well against Essex at Taunton, but he was on the losing side last week and against Essex.
Steckety in, that's even wider of off stump, and there's no run once again.
There'll be a few saying, were we interested in having Siddle back or not? Why? The advantages, disadvantages, maybe the bananas taste better in Taunton, I don't know, but Essex have picked Steckety, who's had, he was leading Sheffield Shield bowler, hits the deck hard from a height.
Steckety in once again. He's trying to angle that one in on Young, but it's met with the straight bat of the New Zealander. That is the end of the over. Maiden over from Mark Steckety. Those bowled well after lunch, and Northamptonshire are 102 for 2. We'll bring Andrew Radd back in, Don.
Of course, bowling resources here at Chelmsford, there are plenty. Allison, you've got Aaron Beard, who's currently on loan, along with Mason Crane, interestingly, from Hampshire, on loan to Sussex. Sussex have fallen foul of many bowling injuries. No Stephen Finn, Hudson Prentice. Gosh, they're missing so many bowlers at Sussex. So they've taken a few on loan. Interestingly, Aaron Beard is just slightly down the pecking order here at Chelmsford. We're going to see a bowling change. Sam Cook back into the attack from the Hayes close end. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Luke Proctor. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Afternoon, Dom.
Are you on? Yes, you are now. Sorry, good afternoon, Andrew. You've plugged you in and I've switched you on.
Marvellous,
Cook.
Thank you very much.
On the way in, he comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor, a bit of a loosener, way down the leg side. Nobody's interested, through to the keeper, dot ball.
I've been waiting for somebody to switch me on for years.
Have you?
It's an interesting little tactical consideration here for Northamptonshire in that
Go on.
when Luke Proctor came out at 4, at the start of the season the idea was that Save Zabe would bat at 4 and did so in the first couple of matches,
yes.
But 3 cheap dismissals, did get some runs in the second innings against Gloucestershire. I'll come back to that in a second.
Bat a raise, crouches, plays into the leg side. He's going to take a quick single down to fine leg, plays it comfortably round the corner. Steckety does the fielding in front of the Tom Pearce stand, and the right and left hand combination swap. 103 for 2.
Yeah, second innings against Gloucestershire, when he was basically given a little bit of licence to go out and play his shots, and he did successfully, and actually got Northamptonshire back in the chase there. But he was caught at second slip, second ball in the first innings. Then I say 4 and 2 against Yorkshire.
Cook in. Inside edge, goes out to back square leg, where they entertain the single but turn it down, rightly so.
And I think the feeling was that I would imagine John Sadler was thinking about Adam Rossington batting at 4 if he'd actually stayed put. And as it was, they wanted to give Safe Zabe an opportunity in there, but maybe the thinking is, let's just, give him a place, just drop him down a wee bit. And I quite like the idea of Luke Proctor at 4. He's such a gritty, gutsy player, sells his wicket very dearly, and in this sort of circumstance, to me, it makes sense. I don't know what you feel.
Cook in. They're going for a shout here, going down the leg side, I would suggest. He does look to me as if Cook does get a going for a shout here, going down the leg side, and the umpire thought so too. Well, he's got a bit more experience. He looks, I don't know much about Luke Proctor, to be brutally honest. He looks quite a busy player at the crease. There's quite a lot happening. He crouches. He has his bat waving quite a lot.
Has been likened to Shivnarine Chanderpaul in that very open stance as well.
Yeah. As Cook is in outside off stump through to the keeper. And I was saying to Glenn, in coaching we call it, he has a little bit of, we call it madam, where he will he will play a forward defensive, but there's something extra afterwards, or where he breaks his wrist or just follows through. He perhaps thinks he's playing a forward defensive, but actually if he watched it afterwards on video, he would have a little bit more than just a forward defence. As Cook is in, outside off stump, well left. That's a cracking bit of cricket, well bowled, good leave, good competitive cricket. The end of the 43rd over, 103 for 2.
Yeah, Proctor made 38 not out in the first innings against Yorkshire. Missed the first match because he was unwell, but came back with 38 not out in the first innings against Yorkshire before running out of partners, and then was LBW to Don Bess for 13 in the second innings against Yorkshire. But certainly last year, I think the innings of his that stuck in my mind was when he went back to Lancashire, I suppose, almost inevitably, played up at Old Trafford and batted pretty much the whole of the last day in an effort to try and save the match, and was last out for 96 on a pitch that was turning. Matt Parkinson was bowling beautifully.
Yes.
And he really did set his stall out on that occasion. And I know David Ripley, when obviously during his spell as head coach, was always saying that Luke Proctor, doesn't always make the headlines, doesn't often make the headlines, but he's a very, very handy bloke to have in the side, to score runs, to pick up a few wickets with his medium pace, with a very quick arm, good fielder.
Yeah.
And it says an awful lot, I think, about him as a cricketer, that when he came down to Northamptonshire on loan a few years ago now from Lancashire, they needed somebody to open. He opened, got some runs, and was immediately sort of taken on the strength. Well, here he is facing Simon Harmer, who's come into the attack from this river end. Flights the first ball up to Proctor. Now, what's that come off? I don't think it's come off anything. I think he's actually beaten everybody. Landed, it was a very full length ball from Harmer, and it just, I think, probably landed in one of the footholds and beat the keeper, beat slip, and they were able to come through for a bye, which will please Adam Wheater very little. One more on the total, 104 for 2.
I'd like to call him a cricketer of character.
Yes, I think that's a very good expression. He, as I say, sells his wicket very dearly as a rule. His Harmer back over the wicket to the right-handed Young, and he just lets that balloon off the pad. Loops to forward short leg, where Nick Brown, who's under the helmet, takes the catch. That wasn't. Just a slip and a forward short leg as the close catchers. Sun trying to come out as Harmer bowls that a little bit quicker, a little bit shorter, and it's beautiful stroke by Will Young, who comes down the pitch, meets the ball and just steers it away through extra cover. Skillful bit of batting by Young, picks up 2 more runs, goes up to 54 in Northamptonshire to 106 for 2.
You're right, and how skillful it was, because he made sure he got to the pitch of the ball before he went into out against the off spinner.
Next ball from Harmer finds Young coming across his stumps, playing it along the ground to Brown at forward short leg, and there's no run. Really enjoy watching Will Young, I must admit, in these last couple of games. He's
definitely.
He's good to watch. Here's Harmer, flights that ball up, and he comes down the pitch and on drives, but there is a man out now, and that's the towering figure of Paul Walter, who emerges down from the stand to our right and fields. One more to Young. He goes to 55, and Northamptonshire to 107 for 2.
I mean, that was a typical shot against the off spinner. It was sensible.
Here's Harmer back round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor, who just pushes it out to backward point, fielded by Snater in his headband. End of the over, 107 for 2. Young is 55, Proctor is 1. Did we establish if that was a headband or a bandana? Our sartorial correspondent ruled on this one.
Yeah, I think that's a bandana. Stuart Broad's is a bandana because you tie it up at the back. And Jack Brooks wears a
headband.
Headband.
Because I was thinking, we were talking a bit, in fact, during the last match, Malloy was joining us on commentary on Saturday of the Yorkshire match, and we were remembering a fine cricketer, again one who played for both Northamptonshire and Essex, Tim Walton.
Oh yeah, that was after my time.
Tim was one of the first to the what I would call the full bandana that covers the whole of the head, and he was one of the first to adopt that in county cricket. Good player.
Cook, right arm over to the right-handed Young, looks for a single, turns it down. The non-striker, the left-hander. Rightly so.
We were saying, Don, and I'm sure you could make quite a long list of these players that were just slightly out of their time, and if they're coming to county cricket now, someone like Tim Walton, he would be in such demand for franchises and for T20 cricket and for the leagues around the world, because he was a attacking player with a bit of flair, a bit of attitude, could bowl a bit, fantastic fielder. He would be in serious demand.
Yeah. Cook into the thigh pad. There is no leg by or run. No, quite possibly, yeah. When you look back, still one of my great heroes from that sort of 1980s, 70s was Stuart Turner. I don't know if you remember
I do
him.
indeed.
He was horrible to play against. Great to play with, but horrible to play against. Great county pro. Cook outside off stump, shoulders, arms, does Will Young through to the keeper, dot ball. Good cricketer.
Bowled seamers, didn't he?
He bowled,
and batted as well.
He used to bat anywhere. Part of originally the Tonka Taylor side, and then Keith Fletcher. Played till about 85. Might have played till 86. Ever competitive. Cook, he's driven up the ground for 4. That's a genuine half volley, full face of the bat, just a control, just a check drive, and the umpire signals 4. That's got to be shot of the day.
Yes, there's been one or two. There was I thought the extra cover drive in the 3 boundaries that he hit straight after lunch. There was the extra cover drive I thought was gorgeous, and the pull, the sort of rather dismissive pull stroke that Emilio Gay played before lunch was a lovely shot as well.
Cook bowls outside off stump through to the keeper, dot ball. 111 for 2 in the 45th over, and Will Young's on 59 not out. He's faced 140 balls. Cook is about to complete his 13th over, 1 for 20. Harmer, 8 fairly quiet overs, little bit of spin, 0 for 26 at the other end. Played into the leg side, closes the face, all okay, nice and straight. End of the over, 111 for 2.
Yes, I was just trying to get up Stuart Turner's figures, but he was certainly one of those. He was one of those, and those of us of my generation who part of our cricketing education was always watching a Sunday League match on telly in the afternoon. If your own county wasn't at home, then you'd watch a game on the telly, and he was one of those that whenever he played against Northamptonshire, that you knew you weren't going to get anything from him at all. He was just a wonderful cricketer. And
I mean, I probably, like you, grew up with the old John Player League on the Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, well, it was good stuff. Here's Harmer starting a fresh over and loops that one up outside the off stump to the left-handed Luke Proctor. It just turns away from him, and it goes into the gloves of Adam Wheater. There's still a slip and a forward short leg.
He played at that one,
he
didn't he? Do you see what I mean about?
Here's Harmer again, bowls to Proctor, looks to on drive, doesn't time it, and well fielded by Faraz Cushy coming in from mid-wicket, and there's no run.
He crouches and goes lower as he's about to release the ball.
Yes, it's not always a thing of great beauty, but here's Harmer in again, bowls to Proctor, pushes out into the covers, and there's no run. Yes, he's certainly one of the it's not how, it's how many school of batting.
I'd have the you see a little short leg on the offside.
Proctor pushing that one right where that man would have been on the offside. It goes into the covers, fielded there by Matt Critchley, and there's no run.
He could squeeze it. He could squeeze it onto the offside. He could squeeze it onto the leg side as well, if it's trapped between the bat and pad.
There's Harmer in again, bowls to Proctor, who's coming across his stumps, plays that back down the pitch for Harmer to field off his own bowling, and apart from the two close catches, there's a backward point.
Where would I take him from? I'd take him from mid-wicket and try and encourage him to play
work
across
through
the
there.
line.
Yeah, here's Harmer in again, bowls to Proctor again, pushes it out to short extra cover. Matt Critchley goes down and gives it the long barrier, a ball that was travelling about half a mile an hour. And that's the end of the over, maiden over from Harmer, 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 26 for him. Simon Kerrigan comes out with a drink for Will Young. I don't know if he's got one for Luke Proctor as well. He hasn't been out there that long. 59 to Young, 1 to Proctor, and Northamptonshire are 111 for 2. And yes, I mean, the Essex side of those days, when you got the spin of Ackfield and East, and so many fine players. Kenny McEwen was another one who always seemed to get runs against Northamptonshire. I remember when Northamptonshire finished up playing Essex in the Benson Hedges Cup final in 1980, and you looked at all the stars in the side and you wondered, we thought, crumbs, this is going to be hard work. And Northamptonshire just winning by 6 runs, a game that was played on the Monday because it rained all day Saturday, and what a terrific game that was.
Cook in bowls outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. Was that the famous game? I didn't play, I was too young, okay? I was still at school. But was that the game that Norbert Phillip threw at the stumps and missed from 2 yards, and they went on to lose that final?
I'm trying to think, it might have. It was a very, very tight game, as I say.
You might be able to help me, those older than me, and remember that game where Norbert Phillip threw at the stumps and missed. Through to the keeper, dot ball.
Northampton made 209 all out, which Alan Lamb made 72. Top score is developing into a bit of a theme this afternoon.
Well, and, it was a very fine player.
It certainly was. And then Essex just coming up short, 203 for 8, with Sarfraz Nawaz, who had an excellent tournament, 3 for 23 off 11. And then William Williams, the 2 spinners, Chippy Williams, just keeping it very, very tight, and Jim Watts whipping through some overs.
Cook short. This is pulled. It's going to go for 4 because he's made a good connection. He's gone back and across, and he's pulled it with a cross-bat shot, and he's in control, stayed along the floor, and it goes down.
Who had an excellent tournament, 3 for 23 off 11.
And fine leg.
And then William Williams, the 2 spinners, Chippy Williams, just keeping it very, very tight. Jim Watts whipping through some overs.
About Cook, shoulder, just below shoulder maybe. Pulled. It's going to go for 4 because he's made a good connection. He's gone back and across to 63. And the score 115 for 2.
And Norbert Phillip did his best to win it for Essex, 32 not out at the end. Had a big over, I think, off Jim Griffiths towards the end, but they just came up short.
And Jim Griffiths, as this time outside off stump, the ball's just angled back in from Cook, right arm over the wicket, good delivery through to the keeper, no run.
We were talking to Jim Watts about that game, Northampton's captain, and saying that his thought was, to try and use up some of this get through spinners quickly, so that they're almost getting through overs before the batsman knew what was happening. And what a terrific tussle with 2 of the shrewdest captains in the business, Jim Watts and Keith Fletcher. And in the semi-final, Northamptonshire just won a very tight game against Middlesex, and that was Watts against Brearley. So bit of knowledge there.
Gone for an LBW, that could be close. Yes, no shot this time, and the right-handed opening batsman has got to go. LBW Cook for 63. I have to say, I was interested. He shouldered arms. The only thing that might have saved him
and
was the height.
And in the semi-final, Northampton just won a very tight game against Middlesex, and Watts against Brearley. So
Young eventually goes for 63. LBW. Gone for an LBW. That could be close. Yes, no shot this time. And the right
Yeah, misjudgment there from Will Young. I was just looking at the replay of that. Yeah, I think the height is the interesting thing about that, having watched it on the replay. And in the semi-final, Northamptonshire just won a very tight game. Just having another look at this, once against Brearley. So yeah, it's marginal, but the umpire was in the best position.
Gone for an LBW, that could be close. Yes, no shot this time. And the right-handed opening batsman has got to go.
Into calmer waters
LBW
after that awful start with losing Ricardo Vasconcelos. 100 partnership for the second wicket.
Interested.
But as they always say, as Sir Geoffrey always says, add 2 wickets and see what it looks like. And Northamptonshire 115 for 3. The innings at a bit of a crossroads. And welcome to Rob Keogh, the newest member of the 100 Club as far as Northamptonshire are concerned.
Yep.
He's making his 100th first class appearance for Northamptonshire in this match. And well, he's had a really strong start to the season with the bat for Northamptonshire against Gloucestershire in the first match. He made 113 in the first innings, 74 in the second against Yorkshire, 21 and 48, and in for a long time, a long partnership with Will Young in the second. So he's made a good start to the season, and Northamptonshire need him to contribute here.
Well, he's somebody that's created interest to Chelmsford, actually. I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago. There was talk of him moving to Chelmsford because I think Essex certainly courted his interest. It's going to be Cook to Keogh. Outside off stump, the ball just nips back. That's a good over, and a wicket for Cook there to give him his second of the 3. Well bowled, sir, and just changes this game a little bit. And if you were greedy or supporting Essex, you could say they've got 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Yeah.
And they're going to be vulnerable. Any batsman who is new to the crease is vulnerable. You've got Cook bowling quite nicely, and you've got Simon Harmer. And listen, the lad Will Young has just been dismissed, but my word, he's played well this morning. He looked a good game plan. He looks as if he knew what he was doing. He was watchful. I liked the way he batted, and he was impressive. But alas, he's just been dismissed.
And here's Simon Harmer, see if he can make another breakthrough, bowling to the left-handed Proctor, who's looking to play that away through the onside. And Cushy, who's been outstanding in the field today, scampers in from mid-wicket and tips it round the post, and almost did Tom Westy like a kipper there. But they've managed to recover. Here's Harmer, and again bowls quicker ball to Proctor, who's on the back foot, turning it round the corner, looking for a single down to the 45, but it's not there. Smartly fielded there by Sam Cook, and there's no run. Afternoon to 1 or 2 people getting in touch with us. Very good to hear from you. Roger Wilson's been on. I'll come to that in a second as Harmer around the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who drives expansively out into the covers. It's stopped, but not fielded particularly cleanly out there in the covers, and they're able to come through for a single. Proctor to 2, 116 for 3. Saying enjoying the commentary, wondering if you're going to describe a Proctor cut as having an Edwardian flourish as you did in the Yorkshire game. Well, I did describe a Luke Proctor stroke as looking faintly Edwardian. Not so far today anyway, but thanks for the message, Roger. That next ball to Keogh is driven up to mid-off, fielded there by Tom Westley, and there's no run. Still pretty overcast, but cloud high, light good, and the cricket absorbing, and Keogh going on the back foot, shorter ball from Harmer. Plays back, plays it up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 116 for 3. It stays. Vasconcelos out for 0, Gay for 35, Young for 63, and that next ball to Keogh finds him aiming to play through mid-wicket, got a little outside edge, turned him round and ran away to backward point. End of the over. 116 for 3. Harmer's bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 27. Proctor is 2, and Rob Keogh yet to get off the mark. Keogh becoming, by my reckoning, I shall have to probably do an audit on this evening, the 92nd cricketer to make 100 first-class appearances for Northamptonshire. And as we were commenting earlier, with the reducing number of first-class matches being played every season by counties, it makes you wonder how many more will get there, or how long it's going to take them at any rate.
No, absolutely right. Well, it's going to be Cook, who got the wicket the last over from the Hayes close end. He's on his way into the busy Luke Proctor. Proctor waits, he crouches, plays into the leg side. That's a good looking shot. He's going to take one. Will he come back for the second? No, he doesn't. Steckety races from fine leg to just behind square. With an set throw, there is just the solitary run. 117 for 3. You're listening to Andrew Radd, Don Topley, BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Essex, with live ball-by-ball action on day 1 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Essex and Northamptonshire. 3 slips and a gully wait. Cook, Harmer, Critchley and Brown crouch as Cook comes in from the Hayes close end to Keogh. Keogh leaves it alone. Ball bounces outside off stump, just short of a length through to the keeper. There is a dot ball. 117 for 3.
I think it's fair to say, Don, that one or two Northamptonshire listeners, and obviously watching on the live stream, not over enamoured with the LBW decision. I'm getting 1 or 2 messages in, but everyone entitled to an opinion. But I have to say, who'd be an umpire now? There's a live stream. It's absolutely nowhere to.
That's right. I mean, I thought I gave, I was interested, and I suggested why it might not be out. Live with the action down the leg side, there is no run, and the only thing I could say was height, but he did shoulder arms and it looked as if it was relatively straight, but the only thing that could have saved him was height. But Nigel Long was perhaps in my corner at that particular juncture.
Well, he's in a better position than we are. So
what a great. I would get bored because I would love just watching the action as an umpire. I would just love to be in the best seat in the house. This time Keogh comes forward, plays with a good straight bat, plays off the splice, plays back to the bowler. Excellent delivery, excellent defence, good all-round cricket. Good crowd here at Chelmsford. The pavilion is in good order, as in plenty of sitting out. There's quite a lot sitting in the Tom Pierce and below, and there's a fair few in the River Stand. We're playing just off centre, so it's a good position to watch on the pavilion side. Cook in bowls. There's a forward defence. Keogh's quite a tall man, gets a decent stride in, plays out to Snater at mid on no run.
You mentioned the crowd. It really is extremely good, isn't it, for the first day of a Champo game?
We are lucky.
The stand to our right is pretty much full, isn't it? There's not too many empty seats there, and a good smattering all the way around the ground. Pavilion, the front of the pavilion is also pretty much chocker. Really, really good to see.
Cook. 3 slips and a gully wait. Cook's in bowls. This squares him up. It's played out to backward point where Steckety does the fielding. Good bit of bowling. Not entirely in control, but survives that last ball of the 49th over. Essex having asked Northamptonshire to batter 117 for 3.
Of course, I could set as the homework for tonight.
Go on,
to see.
Are you a schoolmaster?
No, I'm not. No,
you have that aura about you, Henry.
I'm married to a teacher, but I don't think the prospect of me teaching would fill my wife with horror. But I could set the homework for this evening if Rob Keogh is the 92nd player to make 100 first-class appearances. Who are the other 91?
Well, I have we've actually been listened to in our commentary box by a distinguished gentleman.
Oh, right.
Who loves his cricket. Heralds from Suffolk too.
Here's Simon Harmer starting a fresh over, bowling to Rob. To Luke Proctor, the left-hander, who pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Without putting anyone under pressure, because I know the boss at the back, he's probably Googling it or doing some research because he's of that kind of nature.
Harmer again flights that one up to Proctor, who drives up to mid-off, only as far as Paul Walter, and there's no run.
Andrew, I want you to repeat the question again for our distinguished guest, Hugh Turberville.
Well, I reckon,
go on,
Hugh, there are. Let's come back to that in a second. As Harmer bowls to Proctor, in behind that, plays it up.
He knows everything about cricket.
To the bowler who feels of his own bowling. Well, I reckon Keogh is the 92nd player to make 100 first-class appearances for Northamptonshire.
For Northamptonshire.
So we were suggesting name the other 91. Here's Harmer pulls that short, and that's cut away by Luke Proctor for 4. It was short, it was wide outside off stump, it was meat and drink to the left-handed Proctor, who cut it away through backward point. Shane Snater goes to retrieve from the boundary board, takes Proctor up to 7. Here's Harmer to 121. That's short, and that's cut away by Luke Proctor for 4.
No, what was his name?
Brian Crump. Well, there's one.
There's
90
Keith
to go.
Andrew 2.
Yeah.
Willie Bailey.
Yeah. Well, that's
Duncan Wild.
Yeah.
Rob Bailey.
I'll give you one or two near misses, which are quite interesting. Here's
David Steele.
Harmer again. I wish I hadn't mentioned this now. And Proctor pushes that out into the covers. And there's no run. Yes. There's one or two near misses that are quite interesting. Graham Swan, 97.
Yeah, because he went off to Northants.
Rob Newton, 98.
Oh.
Here's Proctor again, across his stumps to Harmer, plays it out to Cushy at mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. 7 to Proctor. Keogh yet to get off the mark. 121 for 3.
Probably. Look, there's going to be 90 odd. But who was the 91st?
The 91st to get to 100.
That's a good one.
Yeah, the last 2, in fact, to get there would have been Alex Wakely, former captain, and Andrew Hall. Now, both of those are a little while ago, and I think it makes the point that we were saying earlier, that with the reduction in the number of championship matches, and if things go a certain way, we may see them reduced even more.
Yes.
Then it's going to be even more difficult to actually get there.
David Sales, yeah, I'm sure.
You can have Jumble, yes, definitely. Yeah. Jumble was on there. Ned Larkins, yes. These are
Chippy Williams.
Yeah, these are all good ones. It was nice to see Chippy, actually. We hadn't seen him at Northampton for a long time, and he came to the David Capel Day when the announcement of the David Capel end last year, and we hadn't seen him at the ground for a long time, and it was great to see him and Ned back together again.
It's going to be Cook to start a new over. Bowls to Keogh. Forces him on the back foot. Plays with a slightly open face, but smartly into the offside where he entertains the single, but rightly so. There isn't going to be one. So well bowled. Ball of, well, he certainly hit the deck there, did Sam Cook. He's bowled well since coming back on from the Hayes close end. 3 slips and a gully are waiting.
The first to get to the milestone was the chap I've just written a book about, George Thompson.
Don't know much about him.
No, well, he was, you can read the book then, Toppers. I must have a copy somewhere, if you're very bored.
Cook in, on the way in, and he bowls, played into the leg side, slightly across the line. That's okay. It was going probably towards his hip where he finds the fielder no run.
Good cure for insomnia. Yes, 1 or 2 before the First World War, but Thompson, Billy East was also pre-World War One. Tubby Viles.
Gosh, blimey.
Who was the youngest appointed Northamptonshire captain before Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Really?
Yeah, he was...
sounds like an airline.
The last 24-year-old.
As Cook comes in, this is all edge to fortune favours the brave. Like a moral victory there for the bowler. Well bowled Sam Cook. Sam Cook has really become a dependable county bowler. Look, is he of international class? I think he's a super bowler, and he will create interest. But for me, he probably doesn't offer anything that's substantially different to Broad or Anderson. If you understand, there's no other point of reference, whether it's more height, pace, angle. Cook is in, bowls outside off stump through to the keeper.
It's interesting, isn't it, those that are sort of bubbling under, Don? You think of the comparison that's often made, and the former Northamptonshire assistant coach Phil Rose, a regular voice on our commentaries at Northampton, has often made the comparison between Ollie Robinson, who has got into the England side, and Ben Sanderson, who hasn't, and their figures, career figures, are almost identical in terms of overs, wickets, average. Virtually nothing to split them. Sanderson's 292 since coming to Northamptonshire at 20s.
As Cook bowls, this is driven, squeeze between bat and pad out to, Snater at mid-off. There is no run. I'm just thinking of Sanderson. He came from minor counties as well. Was it Staffordshire?
Shropshire.
Shropshire, sorry.
Yeah, he was obviously released by Yorkshire and then was playing club cricket, doing some building work. Played minor counties and came to Northamptonshire in
How did he come from Shropshire to Northampton?
He was, he came, I think he played against our second team, if I remember rightly.
Cook in, bowls outside off stump, good ball of good carry, just short of a length, outside off through to the keeper. There is no run.
Yeah, I believe, this is memory, he played, I think, for Worcestershire seconds maybe against Northampton. They decided to have a look at him. He was on a pay to play for, I think, something like 3 games in 2015, and then signed for Northamptonshire in 2016 and has missed very few games since then. The fact that he's obviously a fine bowler and consistent, but his touch wood, his fitness has also been excellent. I say he's closing in on 300 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire since then, and this is his 75th game, so it's not a bad. He's averaging sort of four a game. Here's Harmer about to start a fresh over. Bowl is off spin with still a forward short leg and a slip in place. The left-handed Proctor, who's on 7, and that's driven, or pushed rather than driven, back down the pitch for Harmer to, well, basically shove it on to mid-on.
Just a little bit of news through our guests. Rob Key has been interviewed by the press today.
Here's Harmer again, round the wicket, let go by Proctor into the gloves of Wheater.
I can't quite read what he's put. He says, today, Broad and Anderson, as it's been confirmed, will be back.
Good stuff. Here's Proctor driving that ball from Harmer up to mid-on, and there's no run there.
So that's obviously a tick box from Rob Key, but also the new captain, Ben Stokes.
Yes, well, it'll please a lot of people, I'm sure. Here's Harmer round the wicket again, bowling to Proctor, who's studiously forward, plays it out into the covers, where it's fielded by Matt Critchley, and there's no run. Sun's trying to come out now. It's sort of milky sunshine, but pleasant enough. Here's Harmer flighting that one up to Proctor, and he's worked that away.
Fielded.
It's well fielded at mid-on by Tom Wesley, who had to make a lot of ground away to his left, and if he hadn't have got down and got a paw to it, I think it might well have run away for 4. As it was, he kept it down to a single. One more to Proctor goes to 8, and Northamptonshire to 124 for 3. Still a slip and a forward short leg for the right-handed Keogh, who's playing slightly across that. I think he managed to get himself outside the line. There was a slip and a forward short leg for the right-handed from Keogh, who's playing slightly across that. I think he managed to get 8. Northamptonshire 124 for 3. I'll just update you with what's happening in the other matches, Dom, just so we can keep people up to date. At Bristol, Surrey have rallied a bit, 134 for 3 against Gloucestershire. They had lost early wickets, but
similar to here.
Yeah, but Pope 62 not out and Smith 44 not out after the early demise of Messrs Burns, Patel and Amla.
I noticed Smith actually is playing today. He's a decent young batter who is keeping. There is no Ben Stokes. No. Ben Folkes, sorry.
Ben Folkes, no.
I'm surprised by that. It could be that he sustained that injury where he dived into the oak tree that is Jamie Overton, who was diving across the keeper.
Yes, I saw the pictures of that, but
it was awful to watch.
And at Southampton, Hampshire 129 for 5 against Lancashire. Come back to those in a sec.
Steckety into the attack this time. He bowls a nice straight delivery at the off stump for the left against the left-hander, and there is no run.
Somerset still going well against Warwickshire down at Taunton. Somerset 166 for 1. At Headingley, Kent 155 for 4 against Yorkshire. And I'll do.
Who's their attack there? Or Yorkshire's attack?
Let's have a little look. Well, Harris Ralph will obviously be in action. I'll just come back to it after this ball.
Steckety round the wicket to the left-handed Luke Proctor, who drives back to the bowler, fields on his follow-through. There is no run.
Yeah, Daniel Bell Drummond is still there, 71 not out. Jordan Cox has just gone. Yeah, he's just gone for 68. The Yorkshire attack is Jordan Thompson, Harris Ralph, Matt Revis, who bowled very well at Northampton.
Now, who's he?
Matt Revis is a young all-round, 20 years old, big, tall, all-rounder, bats sort of lower middle order.
Pace?
Nippy got Will Young in both innings.
Steckety comes in, bowls. This squares Proctor up, who goes out to backward point where there is no run. Good bit of fielding.
In the first innings with an absolute perler that knocked off stump flying.
Well, we might see him next week, this time next week.
He's an impressive young cricketer, but he made runs as well.
Is he?
Then Stephen Patterson, who's doing what Stephen Patterson does, 11 overs for 22. George Hill bowling a bit of medium pace there. Harry Brooker's bowled an over, and Don Bess has just come on and picked up a wicket of Cox more or less straight away. So it's pretty much the same attack that they had at Northampton.
Steckety bowling to the left-handed Proctor. Proctor gets one off his hip. Is it off the thigh pad or indeed the bat? We'll wait with bated breaths, and it's a leg by. 125 for 3.
In Division 2, Derbyshire 141 for 2 against Glamorgan.
Is the lad still batting?
Let's have a little look. I think he probably is.
Shan Mahmood?
Shan Mahmood. No, he's gone. He's out for 60.
He's out.
He's failed.
Oh dear. What's Dave Griffin going to do? He won't sleep tonight. Steckety turns, comes right arm over the wicket to Keogh. Keogh plays with an open face bat out to backward point, sensibly, smartly, with discipline, and there is no run.
Yeah, Shan Masood out for 60 there. Leicestershire continuing to be in the woes against Middlesex. Leicestershire now 117 for 9. Shaheen has picked up 3 wickets, as has Helm. So that's Middlesex well on top there. Worcestershire have been bowled out against Nottinghamshire at Trentbridge, 159 all out.
Steckety bowls. There's an inside edge onto his pad into the offside. That completes the end of the over, and there is no run. 125 for 3.
And Nottinghamshire have just started their reply, 1 for no wickets, and Sussex against Durham. Durham 141 for 7. Okay. So that brings you up to date with what's happening
Crane
elsewhere.
or Beard got any wickets?
Let's have a look. Oh yes, of course, because you have an Essex player down there on loan. Beard has bowled 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 49.
Okay,
got the wickets of Beddingham and Rain.
Okay, good.
So a couple of decent wickets for him.
Mason Crane bowled.
Mason Crane has not bowled yet.
Right.
In fact, Tom Haynes, interestingly, has bowled ahead of him. So there you are. Here's Simon Harmer bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. Plays defensively back down the pitch. Harmer fields off his own bowling and there's no run. There's still a slip and a forward short leg in place. Backward point, an extra cover. Man tight in on the drive. At a shortish extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And backward square. Harmer bowls just short of a length to Proctor, who's in behind that. Dropping it down at his feet. Nick Brown, who's under the lid at forward short leg, just comes round and tosses the ball back. 125 for 3. Here's Harmer again, bowls to Proctor in behind that. Proctor playing it back down the pitch. 79 for 1 Northamptonshire were at lunch and took it to 100 for 1 before they lost Emilio Gay, caught at first slip by Alistair Cook off Shane Snater for 35, and then Will Young LBW to Sam Cook without offering a stroke. He went for 63 and it was 115 for 3 at that stage.
Have you noticed what they've done with the short fielder?
Yes, they put him exactly where you said he should go.
Yeah,
there you are. You see,
absolutely.
They listen to what when Topper says the world listens.
Definitely to Luke Proctor. The way he plays, you want him on the offside.
And that's driven back down the pitch by Luke Proctor. I'll leave you to finish the over, Dom, while I just have to update BBC Radio Northampton for a second.
Thank you, Andrew. So, Nick Brown has gone from the leg side to the offside, right in front of the batsman's eye line, slipped there, Alistair Cook. Harmer bowls. This is driven into the offside. It's well fielded by, I think it's Critchley on the, maybe on the drive, on the offside. That completes the end of the over. 125 for 3 here at Chelmsford. The sun's just starting to poke through. It's very high cloud. There's a flutter of the easterly wind which are moving the odd flag. It's all quite nice, not too chilly either here at Chelmsford. So
no, there's not too many duffel coats in sight, which is which is pleasing. But there's a few fleeces around, but it's not unpleasant to be out there watching cricket on a day like this. And I say it's a good contest, and it's one of these situations, isn't it, Don? Something's got to give, because these two are bowling very tight, and the batsman just looking to survive.
It's going to be Steckety to start a new over. Bowls at Keogh. Keogh drives back to the bowler on his follow through. There is no run.
And from Northampton's point of view, I think it's important they just keep patient, and as the ball gets older, 54 overs old already, then you ought to get a little bit easier. But they've worked really hard. The second wicket pair worked really hard to get them back into this game, and they don't want to throw it away with a poor session now.
Steckety, in he comes. Oh, that's bounced and just come back. Just done a little bit, has that. Even to the extent that Wheater has dropped the ball. Hasn't gone off an edge, but good pace. Ball nipped back, well bowled. And I know this is going to sound quite
into this
familiar,
game, and they don't want to throw it away with a poor session now.
Ball in Northamptonshire. Oh, that's bounced and just come back.
And that's what I was saying about something's got to give, because they're happy to do that. Northamptonshire ought to be, I think, happy to just survive it and keep wickets intact.
There are passages of play, well, this time it's played into the leg side with a straight back, no run. There are passages of play when it goes quiet, when the bowler is allowed to bowl well and you field well and you bowl to your field, where it goes quiet and you have to negotiate that bit of pressure. You can't go at it and go, well, I'm going to take a risk, because if you do, you might fall foul. You just have to bottle it up, cope with it, not get worried about, keep looking at the scoreboard's not ticking over. Just play each ball on its merit. Steckety in, driven powerfully up to mid-off, where Snater does the fielding, no run.
No, and I think this is the sort of attitude and the approach that Ben Smith, who we were talking about earlier, Northampton's new batting coach, is very keen to imbue his batsmen with that idea that in red ball cricket, in championship cricket, it's about valuing, and trusting your defence. It's about being prepared to leave. It's about, being busy, look to rotate the strike, but you can't score runs back in the pavilion.
Correct. Steckety, they look for a quick single. That's very well taken, and I have to say it was Rob Keogh called it, and his partner Luke Proctor was, well, he didn't question it, he just went on his partner's call. Steckety on his follow through couldn't stop it. He had to go the best part of 5 metres away square of his follow through, couldn't stop the single. Very well run between these two. 126 for 3.
Yeah, they're just having a little chat with each other as well, just to make sure that they know what plan A is. 126 for 3 it is.
This time Proctor plays on the back foot against Steckety and negotiates a shortish ball, and there is no run. 126 for 3. We've had 55 overs of entertaining cricket here at the Cloud FM County Cricket Ground, Chelmsford, for the Division 1 encounter between Essex and Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire have played 2, drawn 2. Essex have played 3, 1, 1, lost 1 and drawn 1. The points as we speak, and I check these out, Northamptonshire have scored, I think it is 25. They've scored a 12 and a 13, where Essex has scored 12 for a draw, 19 for the win at Taunton, sadly just 2 at the loss in Birmingham.
Harmer starting another over round the wicket to Keogh, who sweeps. It's going down to deep backward square, and it crosses the rope for 4. Very much Keogh's preferred shot against the spinners. It runs away for 4, 7 to him. 130 for 3. Played it very effectively in the course of that 100 against Gloucestershire against Zafar Gohar, the left armer, and also played it productively for a while against Yorkshire until he tried it once too often against Don Best. Got a top edge and was very well caught round the corner. Driven by Keogh pleasantly out through extra cover and beats the dive of Tom Westley, which means he's now got to have a chase back towards the main scoreboard. They've crossed for 2 and they're going to come back for 3. So 7 off 2 balls there. takes Keogh up to 10 runs, double figures, 133 for 3, and illustrates the point. You've got to be patient, and the scoring opportunities will come.
The good sweep shot, and then he just waited for the ball to come and then just pushed it into out. Made sure it was at the pitch of the ball that was turning back in.
Slip and a silly point in place for left-handed Proctor, as per the instructions of Don Topley. And towering figure there of Nick Brown. Harmer in again, bowls to Proctor, fielded on the bounce, first bounce in there by Brown, under the helmet at more of a silly mid-off really, rather than a silly point. Slip in place as well. Here's Harmer from this river end, bowls that ball to Proctor on leg stump, and he plays it out to Cushy at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
You don't mind him closing the face from Harmer's angle. He just closed the face when it was probably on middle and leg. He's quite happy with that.
Here's Harmer again, bowling to Proctor, plays it on the bounce to Brown at silly mid-off, end of the over. 133 for 3 Northamptonshire. Harmer's bowled 14 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 39. Keogh is 10 and Proctor is 8.
The reason I introduced that fellow to come on to the offside from the leg side is that I think Luke Proctor will play the ball differently with a man in the eye line on the offside catching. But he also, the way he plays the ball, there's more of a risk of him, with the way he plays, of getting a back pad catch into the offside, whether he squeezes it or he hits it from his inside edge with one of the Harmer balls that's going straight, gets an inside edge off the pad into the balloon into the offside. It's going to be Steckety, comes in. Decent delivery, played off the front foot up to mid on, there is no run. Critchley is loosening up at third slip.
Pull some leggies. Can tell that, which will be of interest, I'm sure, to Northamptonshire listeners, that Northamptonshire seconds have beaten Leicestershire at Kibworth by 267 runs, having won the previous match against Kent by 274 runs. Dear sir, is this a record?
Steckety, right arm over to Keogh. Keogh does come forward, perhaps it just kept a little low there, but negotiated it well on the front foot and plays it with such a straight bat.
Leicestershire bowled out today for 133 after being set 401 to win. Brandon Glover picking up 3 for 22. The Netherlands fast bowler plays a lot of white balls. Only played one championship match, which I find in 3 seasons, which I find surprising. That was against Somerset 2 years ago.
Steckety, bouncer down the leg side. They are interested in going up, but not genuinely. Down the leg side, there is no run. Bouncer.
He's got
down
pace.
The leg side.
Don, I don't know if you've seen much of Brandon Glover. He's sharp.
Where did I see him?
He's played white.
Is he South African, Zimbabwean or something?
Yeah, he's South African by birth. He plays international cricket for the Netherlands.
And played in the 100.
And played in the 100. Oh, well, he was involved. Yes, I don't think he actually played a match, but he was in one of the squads. Yeah.
Steckety bowls down the leg side. He manipulates it into the deep square leg. They take a single. Water does the fielding. Isn't quite the end of the over. I think there's still one ball left. 134 for 3 brings the left-hander onto strike. They then change the field and it tells the umpire that he's going to come round the wicket to Luke Proctor. So this partnership is worth 19 at the moment, of which Proctor's got 8 of them. Proctor now hunched over his bat bouncing off the floor. Steckety and bouncer ducks it through to the keeper. Still a ball to go. 1 for the over offered by Nigel Long.
So you're talking about Kevin Curran and having obviously come across him quite a bit out in Zim. He's another one in the list of those that have played 100.
Yeah.
there's some great photographs in the archive at Northampton of like Players' Day, and Kevin there with his lads.
Is there? As youngsters.
Yeah.
Down the leg side, this could go for 4. Will it be stopped? I don't think it is. And it's gone for 4 runs. Very fine. That's actually quite a good shot, because Stecketty's got his line slightly wrong from around the wicket. Going down. It's a bit of bounce down the leg side. This could go for 4. Will it be stopped? I don't think it is. Played it down. And it's gone very for 4 runs. Very fine. Away down that's actually here at Chelmsford for 4. 4 more runs. 138 for 3 now. Proctor on 12. Keogh on 11.
Yes, I must show Ben actually, because it's there's one of the boys in a very fetching little duffel coat, and I think it might be Ben. But we're not
what age is Ben compared to the other two?
Ben is the middle one, I think.
He's the middle one.
Just trying to think of where they are in terms of ages. Well, you've got that call absolutely right, Don, because it is going to be Matt Critchley who's coming into the attack.
From the river end.
Yes, so Critchley bowls his leg spin. Had a successful little run for Derbyshire, of course.
Just looking what he's bowled so far this season. Since joining Essex, in the 3 games or 3 innings he's bowled just under 60 overs, taken 4 wickets for 189. So his best bowling has been 4 for 114. His average is 47.
And he starts off with a short, wide delivery that's cut away by Keogh. He's got some protection, sensibly, with a man out there on the sweep, Simon Harmer, out there on the cover boundary, and Keogh comes through for a single. He's 12 in Northamptonshire, 139 for 3, yes. Tom's the eldest, 1995, Bem's born 96 and Sam 98, so it would have been either Tom or, because I think it was taken in 98, so it would have been either Tom or Ben as a little lad with a super little duffel coat on. It's in the records at Northampton. Well, now he's going to be bowling Critchley to the left-handed Proctor. The sun's out over the wicket, and Proctor tickles that round the corner. Yeah. It's running down towards the boundary at the Hayes close end, and that's 4 more. So that's a little bit of a relief, little bit of release of that pressure that we were discussing a couple of overs ago. And the last over or 2 around the corner, 16, running down towards the Northamptonshire to 143 for 3. Still another 22 overs after this before the second new ball is due.
Might not bowl many overs.
No.
Just have a look. See
worth a try.
Happening.
And Proctor just nudging that one down through backward point, wide of the man at slip. And again, they're able to come through for a single. Proctor to 17, Northamptonshire to 144 for 3. Sun out. All's right with the world here at Chelmsford. Lovely afternoon now. Just push up the temperature by a degree or 2, I'm sure, for those sitting outside. Here's Critchley again, bowls much better ball, which requires respect from Keogh, and gets it, plays it up towards Snater in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Still the slip and the forward short leg as the close catches. Critchley loops that one up to Keogh, who drives attractively. It's beaten the man at extra cover. It's a long chase for Tom Westley. Is he going to pull it up just in front of the scoreboard? Yes, he is. Well fielded by the Essex captain, but they're able to come back for 3. Takes Keogh up to 15 and Northamptonshire to 147 for 3. Long chase by Tom Westley to almost, I would say, the furthest point of the longest boundary, I would think, pretty much here. Here's Critchley in again, and Proctor's just playing that up to Cushy at mid-wicket. There's not a single to... Oh, I say not a single to him. There is, because it was a poor throw, but I think... Now, does that come off the batsman? I think it might have done, so they're not going to run. Okay, that's good. Yep. End of the over, 147 for 3. Proctor is 17, Keogh is 15. Looked like a wayward throw, but I think it just clipped the batsman, so they decided not to run. 147 for 3 it is. 9 runs off the over from Matt Critchley. Proctor is 17, Keogh is 15, and partnership between these two now worth, 32? They've been together for 11 overs, so that's okay.
Well, the introduction of Critchley is just created a couple of runs. Not that he bowled badly, but just have a look to see what's happening just at this moment. He may only have a few overs. Harmer might come back, or they might try a seamer on from this end. But it's going to be Steckety from the Hayes close end. Essex haven't done anything wrong from lunch. They've bowled quite sensibly, quite miserly.
Steckety's been good, hasn't he? He's been the pick.
3 slips are waiting. This is an inside edge into the leg side. There is no run.
Steckety's really impressed me this afternoon. He put in a terrific stint, that spell from this end just after lunch, and then obviously since then switched to the other end and has been equally impressive.
He has got a point of difference, hasn't he?
Yeah.
A bit more heavier pace delivery, hits the deck quite hard. As I said, tries to bowl English lengths. He's on his way in, right arm over to Keogh. Keogh, now if they'd had a back pad, that would have been ballooned up. There was an inside edge that went into his side, and it's given him a little bit of inconvenience there, as it's ballooned up to where a short leg would be. As I said, short legs these days seem an unfashionable position. On his way in, right arm over to Keogh. Keogh,
yeah, so that interestingly, you're absolutely right. Harris Ralph put one in for his spell, the first right at the very start of play on the last morning of the match against Northamptonshire for Yorkshire, and nipped out Emilio Gay, caught there with a brute of a ball.
Steckety again, this time driven up to mid-off where there is no run. And the reason we John Lever, Neil Foster, Derek Prindle, myself, we were educated to have a player often there because we always felt, Keith Fletcher and Graham Gooch always as captains felt that the batsmen play differently if there's a man standing there. Now, someone like me who's fast medium, people would lunge at me, but they won't lunge at you if there's a man standing there. Steckety, outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. So you find batsmen play you a little bit differently, especially left arm overs, because the ball is swinging back in, generally speaking, to Lever and Eilert. And if it's swinging back in, they're worried about the LB.
Yeah.
And they're worried about playing across their pads. So they're very bit more circumspect, or they're a bit more watchful where they're placing their feet. So having a back pad is, I do believe, is a good tactic. Steckety in, short of a length, gets back and across behind the ball. Does Keogh place it sensibly? There is no run.
We were talking earlier about Stuart Turner, and you mentioned him. I was looking at his record.
Cool.
What a terrific record! 361 first-class matches, 9,500 runs, 820 wickets at 26, and about 220 odd catches.
Yeah.
And also nearly 380 List A matches.
Yeah, he had his record in the Sunday League. That's a good looking shot. It's going to go for 4 because he's driven that, drilled it through extra cover, and it's gone to the floodlights adjacent to the executive suite here at Chelmsford for the last ball. Up, Steckety's over. He's now bowled. Well, the gentle applause was for the 150 runs. It's taken 59 overs to get there, but 151 for 3. Steckety, 14 overs, 0 for 23. Critchley just had the solitary over. Shot. He's going to have another 4 because he has driven that, just the 9 runs. That's the end of me. I shall leave you in the capable hands of Andrew Radd, and welcome back, Glenn Speller.
Thanks, Dom. See you a bit later. Yes. Stuart Turner in List A cricket, one day cricket, 470 runs at 20 wickets at 23, with an average in terms of economy of about 3.5 and over. So what a handy man. Here's Critchley starting another over with a slip and a forward short leg to the left-handed Proctor. Much better ball around the line of leg stump. Proctor just turning it on the bounce to Nick Brown at forward short leg, and there's no run. There's a man on the 45, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover. Man sweeping on the cover boundary. Critchley bowls to Proctor, who turns it to the man on the 45, but there's no run there. Fielded there by Simon Harmer. And Paul Walter limbering up, so I wonder if we might see a bit of his left arm in a second. Turned again by Proctor around the corner to harm up once again. There's no run.
Doesn't bowl much these days, Paul Walter.
No,
and his height, you know, he can create some bounce and lift.
Worth a go. The other thing to mention about Stuart Turner is Critchley comes in and Proctor plays it back down the pitch, no run, is that of course he then went and played for Cambridgeshire, and with best bowling figures of 10 for 11 in the minor counties competition, so you'd have him on your side, wouldn't you? Here's Critchley again, bowls his leg spin, that's whipped away by Proctor, but only as far as Cushy at mid-wicket, who's been excellent today in that mid-wicket area in the covers earlier on. Here's Critchley again, bowls to Proctor outside the off-stump. Proctor pads up, watches it go into the gloves of Adam Wheater, and there's no run. Much more tidy over there from Matt Critchley. A maiden, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9, and Northamptonshire at the end of the over, 151 for 3, with 19 to Keogh and 17 to Proctor.
Yeah, there's not much there for Critchley at the moment, and these two have done a good job just steadying the ship after those couple of wickets went down for Northamptonshire. They've not exactly been tearing the place up, but nice and steady as she goes. So what, 2.5? Yeah, just over 2.5 and over, isn't it, the Northamptonshire run rate?
Well, we are going to see a bit of Walter, aren't we, from the Hayes close end by the look of it?
Yeah, he just doesn't bowl very much. He came to Essex as an all-rounder, but then sort of turned himself into a batsman. He's done a really good job sort of in that top order, 4-5 middle order for Essex, and hasn't yet got a first-class century, but he came perilously close on a couple of occasions, but just don't see him bowl very much these days. And as I say, at his height, left arm as well, he will offer something a little bit different, but the very fact he's only going to have one slip with a left arm bowling over the wicket across a right-hander probably tells the story, really. And he's going to come in from the Hayes close end now. A rare sight. The lesser spotted Paul Walter is in and bowling. It's tucked around the corner by Keogh. Pick up a nice gentle single. He goes to 20, 152 for 3.
Yes, just to wind up on Stuart Turner, that 10 for 11 in his first season. I think it was his second game for Cambridgeshire. 13.3 overs, 10 maidens, 10 for 11. That was against Cumberland at Penrith in 1987.
201 for 1, by the way, Somerset against Warwickshire.
Oh, crumbs. Having a good day. Somerset batting woes have suddenly evaporated.
Must be a featherbed. Warwickshire will probably pile up 700. Here's Walter from the Hayes close end, bowling to the left-handed Proctor now. He's in. Oh, and that's short, and it's pulled around in front of square by Proctor, but he'll only get the single. He didn't really get hold of that properly, and the score moves up to 153 for 3. I was listening to you and Don when I was sat at the back of the box doing various other things for the BBC, and he was my favourite player, Stuart Turner, when I was growing up. I used to watch the old John Player League games on the Sunday. Invariably, you'd turn Sunday grandstand on and they'd have table tennis on, or underwater horse racing or something. And then they'd just show you all the wickets from the Sunday League game in the last 10 overs or something. But yeah, I used to love watching the Sunday League. Stuart Turner invariably a star in that. Here's Walter in again, turned into the onside in front of square. Snater gives chase, but he'll instead let Brown come in off the boundary, and they pick up another single, 154 for 3.
Yeah, it's a bit different. When I was growing up, obviously I'm being a lot older than you, that in those days they did actually used to do a full game uninterrupted. There was no table tennis, underwater horse racing or anything else. It was just uninterrupted cricket for the afternoon back in the sort of early 70s.
You turn on, you'd watch the menu, we've got Sunday League cricket as well, and they'd eventually get to it. Here's Walter in and bowling to Proctor. Slower ball from Walter, so slower so much that you could see Proctor waiting for it. Get a move on then, he just tucks it into the onside for a single, 155 for 3. And he did just show you, well, so Derbyshire after 10 overs here or whatever they are, and that'd be it, for the Derbyshire innings. And he'd say, and here's how Derbyshire's innings finished, with a clatter of wickets, and then maybe Essex might start up and you'd see a couple of wickets, then they'd join it live, and Essex would need something like 30 to win. You're like, well, where's the rest of the game? Here's Walter. And onto bowling, and it's just pushed defensively by Keogh back up the pitch for no run. Don't have such problems these days.
No.
You can watch it wall to wall wherever you want to.
Yeah, so it was used to be John Arlott would do the first 20 overs and then Jim Laker would do the next 20. Then they'd have a tea time. It was Peter West or Peter Walker or whoever was presenting. They'd do an interview at tea time, and then John Arlott would do the first 20 overs of the second innings, and then by all accounts he would often then go home and leave Jim Laker to finish off.
This next one from Walter, it's back of a length, and Keogh just doesn't really show the bat. It lets ball hit bat, and there's no run. End of the over, largely uneventful. 155 for 3 with 61 overs gone.
But it goes without saying that in the 20 overs he did do, you would suddenly get this wonderful feeling of sort of the magic of county cricket and the grounds and the players and the history and the heritage and sort of impressions that. I think Arlott always made that great comment about the mythology of county cricket that you're brought up in if you're involved with a particular county, and it's absolutely right. You know, I think there's so many people, I'm sure, listening to this would have watched their counties as a kid, and you'd be listening to some of the old members and talking about the great players of the past, and realisation that the players that are there now are inheritors of a tradition. And we talk about, you know, Rob Keogh being the 92nd player to reach 100 first-class appearances. Here's Critchley starting a fresh over, firing that one away down the leg side, and Proctor shaping to tickle it round the corner as he did successfully in Critchley's first over. Doesn't make contact. Good take down the leg side by Wheater. Sun doing its best to come out and stay out. Flighted up by Critchley, and this time Proctor does nurdle it around the corner. Goes down towards fine leg. A good chase down there. I think it's Simon Harmer down there, isn't it? And they come through for a couple of runs. Takes Proctor up to 21 and Northamptonshire to 157 for 3. I do also remember talking to an old first-class umpire who used to be there at Northampton when I was starting to watch there, and he'd tell you stories about some of the great players that you worshipped, and you probably worshipped them a little bit less after that. pushed out into the offside by Proctor, fielded there by Shane Snater, coming in extra cover. The ones that walked when it was a big nick and didn't walk when it was a thin one, and this sort of things. Outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump by Critchley, and Proctor just watching it go into the gloves of Wheater. If Wheater had left it, it would have been in the lap of first slip. Slip and a leg slip in there now. Proctor's just looking to turn that ball around the corner. He does so again, but this time just in front of square. There's a little chase back there for Rose Cushy, and they come through for a single. One more to Proctor, 22 to him. Northamptonshire to 158 for 3, having lost Vasconcelos before lunch for naught, third ball of the match. That was 100 for 1. Since then, Emilio Gay out for 35 at 100 for 2, and Will Young out for 63 at 115 for 3. Here's Critchley bowling short to Keogh, who uses his height just to drop it down at his feet. And that's the end of another over from Matt Critchley. He's bowled 3 overs for 10 runs, 12 runs rather, 3 coming off that one. 22 to Proctor, 21 to Keogh, 158 for 3. Northamptonshire put into bat this partnership worth 43, and we have around about 6-7 minutes to go till tea. 2 overs have to be bowled, but we're well up with the overs because we've had so much spin, which is good. And about 7 minutes to go until tea.
Yeah, so those who don't know, you normally take tea at the latest with 32 overs to go in the final session, and if you get to 64 before the 3:40 cut-off, you can carry on, and that's what Paul Walter is doing. He's in and bowling to Proctor, who just nudges that one into the onside. Nicely judged single, and the score moves up to 159 for 3. Afternoon to Mark, who's watching and listening as always from Durban in South Africa. Grateful for the modern technology. He says, I'm surprised Proctor's come in so high in the order, but hopefully he can stay with Young until tea at least. He sent that a little while ago, did Mark. Yeah, well, Young's departed and Proctor is still there and going very nicely.
Yeah, I think as I say, they tried safe save for a couple of games at number 4. I think they just feel that Proctor might be a better bet.
Here's Walter in. This feels a bit more spread now. Oh, and playing a missing at that one is Keogh. Through to Wheater, and there's no run and there's no wicket either.
Yeah, no Durban well. Hopefully we're there later this year, and the awful business of the flooding they've had in that area, and KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, so Hope you're staying safe, Mark, if you're out there.
Walter ambles rather than hurries back to his bowling mark. The ball tossed to him from mid-off, and he's at the end of his run again, in from the Hayes close end, so towards us. Fuller delivery this time, driven by Keogh, and a diving, lunging stop at extra cover prevents any runs whatsoever. 159 for 3. Simon Harmer there doing the fielding. Inevitably he's involved somewhere in the game. Just wants to be involved, batting, bowling, fielding, captaining, you name it. It's Walter at the far end. As I mentioned earlier on, they've got this white sheet across some of the green seats at the Hayes close end in front of the sight screens. As Walter's in again, short delivery, can't really call that a bouncer. Keogh ducks harmlessly underneath it, through to Wheater once again. Crowd has built up steadily over the day, but we're at maximum numbers now. But again, you and Don were mentioning earlier on, very well supported here at Chelmsford. We always go on about it. A hubbub around the county ground when the game's going on in front of them. People catching up with old friends. Some people are working at the same time while watching the cricket as well. Here's Walter in bowling, and Keogh just plays defensively out to the onside where Snater comes in and tidies up. 159 for 3, 21 to Keogh, 23 to Proctor.
We're talking about that sort of mythology of county cricket, Glenn, and how wonderful it is, and I say, just to absorb the history and the heritage of a place. And also that first day back, wasn't it? It was always wonderful. You'd be people sort of wandering around the ground and checking that they were all alive. You know, sort of, made it through another winter.
Walter in once again. Keogh turns that in front of square on the onside, comes through for a single. Nick Brown jogs in off the boundary and collects that. End of the over. 160 for 3. One of my colleagues at the BBC, whose mother got quite elderly. She got well into her 90s, and he'd always open up the phone call with her. How are you? Still alive then?
There was a running joke at Northampton that there were one or two the hardy spectators who would spend the whole winter in the West Stand, and they just sort of like remove the sheet from them in April, and they'd still be there where they were on the last day of the season in September. Happy days. Well, it's going to be Matt Critchley who's getting a decent bowl here. He's going to bowl his 4th over. Conceded 12 from his first 3, of which 9 came off the first. Slipping a forward short leg, bowls to Keogh, who meets that on the half volley, drives up to mid-off where the Essex captain Tom Westley is fielding. The over rate's +1. I'm surprised it actually isn't more than that. Got through the overs very briskly. Next ball is pushed up to extra cover, fielded by Feroz Cushy. Again, there's no run. 2 members of the Essex support staff heading back to the pavilion. They've realised it's nearly tea time. Slightly shorter from Critchley and slightly quicker. And again, Keogh pushing it back down the pitch for the bowler to field. And there's no run. 5 in the ring, saving 1, 3 on the offside, 2 on the onside, 2 close catches plus the keeper as Keogh pushes that out into the offside. A little bit of a race there between Sam Cook and Feroz Cushy to see who got there first to do the fielding. Needless to say, probably Cushy got there first. He's been excellent today. Here's Critchley again, bowls short of a length too, and he's brilliantly caught and bowled short of a length. Keogh punching that back. And a brilliant low left-handed caught and bowled by Matt Critchley, and Essex have a big wicket just before tea. Keogh goes caught and bowled Critchley for 22, and Northamptonshire 160 for 4. That's a bonus wicket, Glenn.
Yeah, it's a big bonus for Essex. Disappointment for Northamptonshire as they head off the field as well. And I fancy that Keogh thought he might have got away with that. You said he punched it,
and he's brilliantly caught and bowled short of a length. Keogh punching that back.
That's exactly what Essex
brilliant low left-handed caught and bowled by Matt Critchley, and Essex have a big wicket just before.
Essex will have a fresh man to go at when they return after tea, which myself, Andrew and Don will do so. But at the break, Northamptonshire go in at 160 for 4.